Seems we've had a few folks here who said some things. So I hear that there's been some debate, discussion going on about what Black First is, what it means, and most importantly, who it applies to. And it's been a while. So, needless to say, you might as well get it from the person who created the term and popularized it here. So I'm the guy you all got that phrase from, Black First. So what does it mean? I suppose the easiest way for me to say it to you is that it means being on code. That is what it means. It means that you understand that of anything that you might consider yourself, no matter nationality, no matter religion, that before you are a citizen of the US, before you are a resident of a state, before you are a member of a family, before you are male or female, you are Black first. Everything begins from there. That is the foundation of your identity as an individual, as a person. The foundation of your identity is Black first, not gay first, not woman first, not man first, not American first. That first and foremost, your identity begins from the position of being Black first. So everything else is a result of that, and everything else gets its meaning in relation to that. It also means that nothing else subjugates that. So the idea of intersectionality is a contradiction and a foolishness because by definition, nothing intersects with Blackness. That would be like saying that you can intersect with a foundation of a home. The only way you can intersect with the foundation of a home is to splat on top of it. That's all you could do, but you cannot intersect it. You can, everything else is on top of that, but there isn't anything that goes beneath it. There isn't anything that supersedes it. There isn't anything that relates to it on the same level. It exists in and of itself, and everything else is subjugated by it, not the other way around. Now, do you have to be a descendant of American slaves or foundational to be Black first? No, that was not what I meant. You don't have to be. But I will say this, in most effective ways or effectively, in all the ways that matter, Black first has replaced the concept of Pan-Africanism. I say again, in every manner that matters, Black first has replaced the concept of Pan-Africanism. The problem with Pan-Africanism is, as we've seen, what it relies upon are two entities, at least, who recognize a common identity and they both value that identity equally. Here's the problem. By making Africa the center of that, what you've done is make it where Africans become the authority on it. And that would be all fine and well and good. I wouldn't have an issue with that if Africans themselves were the foremost authorities and promoters of Africanness. Then we could use Black and Africanness interchangeably. The problem is that even people who are Aboriginal Africans, they are not carrying the banner of Africa. They are not carrying the banner of Africa. You've got hundreds of tribes and tribal mentalities, but they are not carrying the identity of Africa. Everybody outside of Africa values it more than the residents of Africa do. So that's the problem with centering it in that way. That doesn't mean that the concept of Pan-Africanism is illegitimate. What I am saying is that our intent behind it, as we've seen, requires some specificity. That we're not talking about a geographic location. There's the difference. So when we say Pan-Africanism, it's been taken that we are giving primacy to a geographic location. And that is not what we're doing. We are giving primacy to a geopolitical identity. To a geopolitical identity and heritage, not to a geographic location. Therein lies the problem. Let me say it more bluntly. The people who are least interested in progressing the African people and people of Aboriginal African descent, the people least interested in doing that are the current occupants, the current Aboriginal descendants occupying Africa. They're the ones least interested in doing that. They are the first to flee and the last to stand by Africa as an identity. Notice I didn't say Africa as a geographic location. I didn't say Africa for the nations there as a nation state. I'm talking about as a lineage and an identity. They do not adhere to Africa as an identity. The immortal Marcus Mosiah Garvey adhered to Africa as a lineage and an identity. But the Aboriginal inhabitants who are still in Africa do not adhere to it the way the rest of us do. We value Africanness as an identity and a lineage far more than they do, far more than they ever have. And for that reason, Pan-Africanism must be understood through the lens of Black First. Black First is not understood through the lens of Pan-Africanism. We have updated the lexicon. So when I created the term Black First, it was to make sure that everyone understood being on code. I did that 2 decades ago. This was long before I knew who Neely Fuller was. But the concept of being on code, I definitely promote that. Black First was essentially me saying, this is what it means to be on code. Now, just because many of the people on the African continent are off code, that doesn't mean that you are not capable or legitimate to promote being Black First if you come from the continent. Absolutely not. What I am saying is that we have been so coddled and so pressed into making assumptions that we now realize were faulty. We now realize the people least interested in being African and least invested in Africanness as an identity are the Africans themselves. Therefore, it is essential to get everyone on the same page, or as the immortal elder Dr. John Henry Clarke said, to tell them to get their house in order. Your house is in a shambles. Your house is out of order. You are out of order. And this is us saying that we are not going to sit here and paper this over, camouflage it, or pretend that the African emperor isn't sitting around here naked. We're not going to pretend that you have clothes on. You are buck naked. And we're calling it for what it is. Therefore, you can be Nigerian and be Black First. Absolutely. You can be a native Kenyan and be Black First. Absolutely, you can. And of course, you can be a descendant of slaves, foundational Aboriginal in America, and be Black First. Absolutely. It is not a geographic location. It is not tied to a geographic location. Tied to a geopolitical identity. It is tied to that, and it is tied to a lineage and an agenda. It is tied to that. Now, you cannot divorce those. You cannot say black first and then talk about intersectionalism. You cannot say black first and talk about feminism. Get it through your thick skulls. You cannot talk about black first and then talk about katas. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. And where the whole issue that we have had is that we, in America, we have been the ones carrying the banner. We have set the tone for the rest of the world. Well, now we are giving you one more thing. No one, all the free passes are over. There are no more free passes. You are not going to walk up to us and because you're our color or you might share a phenotype that we're just going to assume we're on the same page. No, everybody's got to show their paperwork. Everybody got to show their paperwork now. This is the gate, the guardhouse of the castle. Who goes there? Can't you see I look like y'all? Didn't ask you that. We asked, who are you? Well, I'm Ethiopian. We don't know you. I'm black LGBT. We don't know you. Thought y'all said black first. You weren't listening. We didn't say black first on the way to being something else. If you cannot hyphenate what we are, or put more plainly, black first and black only. Anybody who attempts to add something else after the black, you're out of line. You're committing ideological treason. Anybody who tries to add anything else to it. And what we've done up until now is that the grievous violence that's been committed is that we were just making the assumption that everybody was on code. What we found out is that you can have a situation where the majority of folk are off code and simply exploiting the discipline of the minority. We have had a disciplined minority who's been carrying this thing now for decades, but truth be told, for well over a century or two. You've had a disciplined minority carrying the banner of Black identity, which is why we are the only strike force that has been fighting white supremacy for centuries. The anti-white supremacists in Africa learned it from us. There was no anti-white supremacist movement. Even if you get to Shaka Zulu, there was no anti-white supremacist movement. We understand that in the context of colonialism and colonization, but that wasn't an anti-white supremacist movement. And if you take a look at the behavior of the descendants, you can see that isn't what it was. Now, here in America, that's different. From Frederick Douglass onward, before him, but I'm just using that as a name, onward, you can see how the descendants as a group, you can see where the descendants draw their identity from. This has been a centuries-long campaign specifically against white supremacy. That's the difference. So no, if anybody is telling you that it's local or that you have to be Black American for it, no, you do not. But you do have to identify. You do have to identify as Black before anything else. Now, if anybody sits up here and tries to make you feel some kind of way about it or make you feel self-conscious or anything, if anybody tries that, they say, well, why can't they say white first or whatever? Well, you can say whatever you want to say. That's up to you. You can say whatever you want to say. But if somebody tells you, well, what is the difference? The difference is simple. To be white first, being white first is founded on the concept of mistreating people. It is founded on the concept of injustice. It's founded on the concept of mistreating people. Black first does not require the mistreatment, denigration, subjugation, oppression, exploitation. It doesn't require any of that. It simply is. White first, you can't really have that without white supremacy. You gotta have it. You can't separate the two. Because by definition, it's relying on unearned benefits, it's relying on preferential treatment, it's relying on benefiting on the subjugation of others. We already have an identity as Black people without mistreating anybody, without saying that we gotta mistreat someone, we gotta exploit them, we've gotta rob them of their resources, we have to cheat them, we gotta lie, we gotta sit up here and turn on news cameras and just tell one ridiculous, putrid, steaming, oozing lie after lie. We don't have to do that. It simply is. But anything outside of that, yeah, you can't really do that because it requires you to mistreat others. You can't have a definition of that identity without it. Its entire foundation is upon mistreating everyone else, but specifically upon mistreating Black people. Ours isn't dependent on that. Never has been. Never will be. We've never needed to do it, nor will we ever need to do it. That doesn't mean we don't have business to take care of, but it doesn't require us to mistreat other people. We don't have to sit here and talk about how bad they are and let's demonize them and dehumanize them. We don't, that's not required. It's never been required. So if anybody tries to ask you, well, what's the difference? The difference is we don't require mistreatment of others for this to exist. And they do. They need it. They can't have it outside of it. Let's be very, very clear. Whiteness didn't have a value until you weaponized it. I say again, even as a minority, even before they spread across America and manifest destiny, even before then, whiteness didn't have a value until it was weaponized. Once it was weaponized, then it had its value. Once it was weaponized, then it was something to be used. We've got value in Blackness and don't have to weaponize a thing. It doesn't require weaponization. There's the difference. Now, there were a couple of people that I said that when I go live here, they need to go ahead and raise their hands. So I'm going to go ahead and give them an opportunity to do that. And if they do not do so, then they will be taking a permanent vacation. Since they had so much to say previously here, I'm going to give them an opportunity to go ahead and say that. And if there's anybody else here who wanted to speak as well, you can go ahead and raise your hand. And if you have any questions about what Black First means, it's time for you to go ahead and get it from the source. By the way, I'm seeing that it says like 6 people are requested to speak, but previously here, I don't see them on here as requests now. So in any case, if you did ask for it, I don't see it on here. So make sure you've raised your hand if you want to do so here. And don't raise your hand just to see if it works. Let's not go ADHD. I'm also glad to see that people are doing that now. I'm glad to see that. That's important. I'm glad to see that. Because this is the kind of thing that we have not been saying anything about here before, and it's been a while since it's been explained. No, these other folks didn't do that. These other folks didn't do that. No, it wasn't Boyce Watkins or anybody else. Jason Black was the guy who did that. And I'm not doing that because I'm trying to take credit for something. What I'm saying is that I want to make sure you have a clear understanding of what it is and what it means. I want you to have a clear understanding of what it is and what it means, because it's important for this generation in particular here to have an identity. That kind of thing is important to have, an identity. and to make sure it's very clear and very profound to have that. If you're going to be discussing what blackness means, especially in this concept here of distinguishing ourselves, that's a very important thing to have also. One of the major reasons why we must make those distinctions is because everybody is not on code. It's important to make it clear who is on code and who isn't. It's very important to make sure who is on code and who isn't. Because what happens then is that anybody sits up here and claims that, oh, we're all on the same page. And then all of a sudden, you're not able to agree on anything. This thing about confusion. This is why I posted the thing I did here a little while ago, an article from Yahoo talking about that. The reason why I did that was because I wanted folks to understand, take a look at what they're saying here. Take a look at what they're saying. About 5% of the population identifying as binary. And they're talking about for young folk, really. Yeah, they want everyone to be confused. They want everyone to be confused. They want everyone to be doing everything else except focusing on a central identity and being on the same page, because as long as that's where you're at, then you're just equally confused. A confused person is not going to be able to fight anything. A confused person isn't going to be able to fight anything. A confused person is going to be doing anything and everything except fighting white supremacy. A confused person will not be doing that. A confused person is going to be sitting around debating politics or debating non sequiturs, debating irrelevant things, but they are not going to be discussing what they can do. They're not going to be discussing who they are. They're not going to be discussing how they got in that mess. This is how you intellectualize things into oblivion. They end up doing that. And that's the other thing. I don't want there to be a long, drawn out conversation about this or debate about this either. I don't want that to be the case either, because then that becomes, quote unquote, what you're doing. That becomes what you're doing. It all becomes about getting together and, oh, let's sit around and talk about these things. Let's be very, very clear. You don't need to talk about being a foundational Black American forever. You understand what the hell it is. You understand what the hell it is. You don't need to sit up here and have 20,000 conversations about it. You understand what it is. You know what it is. Just like everybody else. You know what it means. You know what it means to be on code. You know what it means to be off code. You get that. You know what it means to be correct about it, and you know what it means not to be correct about it. You understand that. That isn't something that's lost on you. That's not something that's lost on you. So when you have folks who sit up here and go round and round about that stuff, it doesn't help. So I don't want you to sit up here and have people talking about that forever, because next they'll just come up with something else new to debate about. Now that you've had it explained to you here, it doesn't require you to go round and round about it. Now you know what it means. All it really means is, are they on code? Who goes there? Let me be very, very clear, and this is going to bother a bunch of folks, but I'm going to say this. One of the reasons why we could not make it about geographic location, it must be about identity, your geopolitical identity and lineage. The reason for that is because, let's be very, very clear, one of the major reasons why most people from the continent don't really rock with us like that. Let's be very clear about why that is. Why is it they suck up to white society and they got animosity towards us? Let me be very, very clear. That's because there's one thing that we ain't got: a bunch of white women. We don't have that. That's a very difficult thing for them to accept. Understand what our code is and what theirs is. Understand what ours is and what theirs is. Understand what the priorities are. Understand what the priorities are. Now, I want to be clear about something here. I got some people telling me they got their hands up. Right now, I do not see anybody with their hands up. So I don't know if Twitter is just
Do you
decided they're
see
not going to let me
me?
do that. But okay, well, I hear you. Okay.
May I speak?
Yes, you can speak. You've already been given permission.
Thank you. Hey, I'm a long term fan, and I would say that Black Authority and Professor Black Truth are probably my greatest influences, believe it or not, to the people that know me. But I just wanted to ask that maybe you consider exploring the split between the Black Liberation Movement and the Civil Rights Movement. The difference being that the Black Liberation Movement, the Black Panthers, Party of Defense, was more centered around the anti genocide norm. And I was hoping that maybe in the future you could explore that in our position as being owed a debt. And because we are owed that debt, we have a target on our backs. And that we should look at all of these things that are happening to us through a genocidal lens and not compartmentalizing them and nitpicking and picking them apart and figuring out if somebody was crazy, but that this is a long campaign of intimidation. I think to ultimately uh, exterminate the debt as opposed to pay it off. So I would love to see you explore that, the way you do. But I think it's critical that we start to look at reparations and make that claim based on genocide. Once we became free, because of the statute of limitations, doesn't exist on genocide. It is illegal, and we are all walking, living victims of genocide. And that's all I had to add. But again, I'm a huge fan, and I appreciate your work.
Well, thank you very much here for weighing in on that. Let me be very, very clear about where that's concerned. Another reason, another major reason why we have to be on code about our identity and who we are is because, let's be very, very clear, the things we're insisting on, we don't have to get super legal about it. The Japanese got reparations and didn't have to claim genocide. They claimed inconvenience. There was a world war going on, and they weren't being rounded up and executed, put into chattel slavery. That wasn't happening. They got theirs simply because, hey, we were inconvenienced, and they got reparations. Black people were a hell of a lot more than inconvenienced and a hell of a lot more told than that. Let's be very, very clear. I want you all to understand this concept. Reparations is going to be because we're black and we said so. It's not going to be something that we really sit up here and, okay, let's go find 50,000 different justifications for it. Let's be clear. They already know. They already know. We can sit here and go into withering detail. They already know what they did. They already know what they're owed. Look, there's a reason why I put up that Twitter post that I did when I said that if you ask white people today from the southern United States, why are white folk in the South so much poorer than white people from the North? They're all going to tell you the same thing. Well, it goes back to the Civil War. Very interesting. Very glad to hear that. Why are black people the poorest people in America? Oh, because y'all don't work as hard as everybody else. You sure it doesn't have anything to do with that going back to the Civil War and slavery thing? You sure? Because you're claiming that you're still suffering ill effects because of what happened circa 1860. And we're saying, yeah, you weren't the only ones here. Only the only difference is you brought it on yourself. But yeah, the difference is, yeah, we're saying the same thing. Yeah, we understand. You certainly you can suffer lingering effects for a century or two or three or four. You sure can. Specifically, if the issue has not been addressed, you absolutely can. You can have generational wealth. You can also have generational poverty. That can be visited upon you. That can be visited upon you. So we don't have to sit up here and We don't just sit up here and go into a whole bunch of legalese about it. We don't have to sit up there and do that. They understand what's going on. The real thing is we've already substantiated our case. We've already substantiated our case. We've already substantiated what it is. We've already substantiated why it is. The only thing we have to do now is just stand firm. That's the only thing we need to do. That's the only thing that we need to do is stand firm about it. I'm telling you all right now, there's only, and I'm doing this tonight because it's good to have a forum, so people can hear exactly where it's coming from. It's good to have that, but after that, no. I want you all to just get it and understand what it means, understand why we're saying that, understand who it applies to, and then I don't want you going around and around in circles about it. Don't do that. Because that's another way of wasting time. That's another way of wasting resources. That's another way of, and let's be very, very clear, is another way of entertaining yourself. This isn't supposed to be like Sunday school where you got to go every day for the rest of your life. I expect you to get this, to sit down, soak this up, get this, and then get to working on it. I don't want you coming back every week and we got to explain to you all over again what it means to be Black first, what it means to be foundational, what it means to be descendant of slave. Well, we don't have to sit up here and do this every week. Anybody who has to do that every week, you're not really here trying to learn. You're not really trying to get it. You want to be entertained. And we're in the most dangerous period we have ever been in. We don't have time for folks who want to be entertained. We don't have time for people who are going to take our politics and our current mission and situation and turn it into yet another thing to goof off about. That's not what this is for. That is not what this is for. And I know that on the internet, it's very easy for folk to get into situations where, they're going back and forth and this and the other. Don't do that. The only reason I weighed in on this tonight is because I've seen folks talking about it. And if they wanted clarity, you might as well get it from the source. If you want to know what Black First means, the reason why it is when I created that term and put that term out there, it means simply what it says. But if you want it to be broken down simply, it means on code. It means that you are on code. And we understand who's not on code. We understand who's not on code. The intersectionalists, the people who identify as Black and. Once you start saying Black and, okay, yeah, you're off code. Well, I'm Black and Kenyan. I'm Black and Cape Verdean. I'm Black and Caribbean. I'm Black and Dominican. I'm Black and gay. I'm Black and. When you start doing that, okay, that's off code. That's off code. So if you all wanted somebody to simply explain it to you, that's what it means. Now, what you do with it from there, I'm not going to say what you do with it from there is up to you because it actually isn't. I'm not going to say that what you do with it from there is up to you because it actually is not up to you. This isn't something you get to debate about. Shantae, you can go ahead. You raise your hand. You can go ahead and speak. Shantae, you asked to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, what's on your mind?
Okay, what you just said is I think that's exactly what needed to be said. It was like a lot of people that was being off code, like to where as though, okay, yeah, we Black when we came to America, but then, a lot of people distance themselves. So when they go back home, they clown us, they laugh at us and be like, oh, I ain't like them. I ain't them niggas. Them niggas need to go read a book. And, they make fun of it. And that's when I think that everybody just got sick and tired of being picked on, laughed on. So that's when people just was like, something? Since everybody else separated themselves, then we need to reclaim who we are. We always called ourselves Black. And a lot of people just latched and leached on to it. To where as though now it's just like, okay, it's Black when they're convenient, when it's for their convenience. And then it's not convenient for us. It's something that we live, we breathe. This is who we are. And it's like, okay, we look alike. Ha, ha, ha. No, y'all don't live what we went through. Y'all don't live that. Y'all play it whenever y'all feel like y'all want to pull that card out. And that's when people just like, that's when we got fed up. Like enough is enough. Like you can't go through that every day with someone making a joke about you, but we all look the same. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, tolerating that level of disrespect has been an issue. But the reason that it was tolerated was because for a long time, there were two running assumptions. I should know I was there. Running assumption number one was that everybody understands what's going on and they get it. That was running assumption number one. That no matter where you were on this earth, you understood what white supremacy was and didn't really need to be explained. Especially if you're from Africa, because that's the whole root of why you are disdained of being of that lineage genetically. The next thing is we made the assumption that, and if there are some off code people, particularly from the continent, the immigrant class, whatever, well, they constitute a minority. And that little myth really got broken up in the era of the internet. And the reason it got broken up in the era of the internet is because you have black people from all over America, all over the West, outside of Africa, outside the Caribbean. You had a bunch of black folk who were able to say, okay, I couldn't help but notice I see the same thing here. I couldn't help but notice I see the same thing. Then you say that in Louisiana. Yeah, they kind of act funny style with us there too. Then you go somewhere else. It's like, yeah, you know what? I noticed it as well. That yeah, there's a whole bunch of funny acting going on there. And eventually, it got to a point where it was like, you know what? We all kind of got the same story here, no matter where you come from. We all kind of got the same story now. So with that being the case, it wasn't very hard to figure out. Okay, now we've all been able to talk about this and we realize it's not isolated to one place. You're not tripping. It's not just, well, one person saw it. Well, maybe it's just down there and some other folk up there. Well, maybe it's just the two of you in that city. No, everybody's seeing the same thing. Everybody sees the same thing. We all see it. And now we just got to a point where it's like, okay, do we have the courage to be honest about what it is we're seeing? That everybody doesn't get it, everybody doesn't see it, and then you got and they're not a minority either. They're not a minority. Everybody doesn't get it. Everybody is not on code, and the number of folk who are not on code, they're not a minority. That's a very pleasing fiction we told ourselves for the longest time, but they are not a minority. The off code people from the continent, from outside the US, they are the majority. Well, Jason, why would you say something like that? You take a look at how many places in Africa where black folk are told they can't speak against white supremacy. You take a look at how many places in Africa where they're sitting up here carrying Asians literally on their backs. They're getting whipped by Arabs, literally. Tariq posted a video about some folk there. Like I say, I'm not sure it was in Africa, but when you're outside the U.S., they sit up here and they can't go in the clubs. They can't go in certain areas of town. You are 95% of the population. 95% of the population. And you don't have this, and you are letting other people come in there who are 5% of the damn population and run things. In many cases, aren't even citizens. Not even citizens. The French, the Belgian, the Portuguese. You got damn me tourists running Africa. Tourists. And didn't bring one gun. Let me say that again. You got tourists running the joint and didn't bring one gun. I'll let you have the last word, Shantae.
Okay, I ain't gonna talk no more. I'm gonna leave this alone. But I think like I'm gonna be honest with you. I dated an African dude, and what he actually told me in my face was that I'm gonna need y'all to keep voting, because as long as y'all keep voting, y'all still helping us. But then you don't get the same thing when they get up over here. You get disrespect, and it was like, ah ha ha, y'all was stupid enough to even do that. So I think that's when Everybody just got fed up. Like enough is enough. You know, people like what's that? The underhanded marriage, the little marriage scam that was going on, and people just looking out for people, but yet they just felt like they had like a one up on you. I'm gonna leave that alone, but I'm being honest, and I'm gonna put it out
Well,
there,
you know,
and that's what
it's
happened.
more than that. The real issue here. It would be different if it was just what was happening over here. There's been no. The real reason why Pan Africanism has not taken root is because it's lacked reciprocity. There's been no reciprocity. It's been a one-way street, and that's when you go the black feminists. You want to know what stupid looks like? Stupid is joining hands with the so-called white feminists, and there's no reciprocity. That's stupid. That's why it's dumb. The black LGBT movement's been trying to get the white LGBT to back them ever since. They are no closer to it today than they were 40 years ago. That's not preventing them from exercising on this treadmill of futility. It hasn't stopped them yet. So what does it show you? What does it show you? They understand. The real thing is, let's just be clear, folks have been waiting for us to go ahead and explain exactly what it is. They've been waiting for us to explain exactly what it is. They've been waiting for us to go ahead and lay it out in no uncertain terms that this is what it is. And that's all we're doing now. That is all we're doing now. And the reason why it has to be that way is because what usually happens, this generation is not like the civil rights generation. That's going to scare a lot of white folk. White folk like the civil rights generation because the civil rights generation was humble and kept their heads down and yes, a boss, and yes, a no, sir, and John Lewis. Thank you for buzzing my ass over the head, Bull Connor. Can I have another one? They get this generation, and all of a sudden, they're hearing something different from us. Yeah, their worst nightmares come to life. The children are not nearly as docile, as subservient as their parents were. We're not nearly as subservient as the civil rights generation as a group was. We're not sitting up here fighting for integration, interracial sexual access. We're not fighting for that. We're talking about restorative justice. They're amazed. They're like, well, didn't we buy you off with cell phones? We're using the cell phones to communicate with each other and organize. That's what we're doing. Whole big difference from what they've seen before. Whole big difference. So the conversation looks different because it is different. It looks different because it is different. Let me go ahead and Tim, you're able to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, thank you tonight, Jason, for having this broadcast. My thing isn't really so much with the Africans. I think we pretty much got the Africans in a box. We've been had them in a box now for a couple months. The problem is the people who keep wanting to remix the term B1. I want those people to come up here and chime in. That's the problem that we seem to be having. I think a lot of people, from what you've been teaching that for a long time about about everybody's always been different to us. My thing is, I want some of these people to come in here who have been remixing the term B1
Abducted.
to come in.
Okay, there he is, Tim. You cut out for a minute there.
My bad. I was saying I want some of these people who have actually been who actually from here remixing the term B1. I want them to come up here and talk.
Well, they've had their opportunity to speak tonight. The microphones are open. We got almost 1,000 people up in here, so they certainly have their opportunity to speak. But let's be very, very clear. I get the game, okay? Look, some of the children come filtering in the room. Let me tell you, to the young folks here, this is not troll time, okay? This is not troll time. This is not your opportunity to sit up here and look to see if you can get some troll attention. We're dealing with serious things here, so it's time for you to go ahead and leave preschool. Let's see here, Michael, Mr. Michael Soterict.
Call me Mike.
Hello, Mike. And what is on your mind?
Well, I I'm always very interested when I see big numbers, and it was like it's probably close to 1,000 now, but when I came into the room, there were over 900, and I was unfamiliar with B1 or Black First, so I thought, well, I mean, it seems to me that I should maybe be in the loop on that. But of course, for me, I look at this and I think to myself, well, wait a second. This is if we can do this with this, because of all of the wedge issue stuff that's going on in Florida and the manipulation of the voters with the don't say gay, why isn't it that I couldn't model something like say gay first, in other words G1? So but anyway, I'm very interested in knowing more about the movement and what you're doing, and how it compares and contrasts to other things like BLM, and of course our friend was talking about remixing. Back to you.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't intersect with any of those. Black Lives Matter is a great concept as far as the organization and those people. That's an abortion. But as far as a concept, it's obviously a common sense statement. Usually among white supremacists, when they say Black Lives Matter, the Tucker Carlson group and whatnot, usually when they say that, that's just code for black people, period. But as far as if you're referring to the organization as opposed to just Black Lives Matter in the abstract, then no, that doesn't in any way commingle with what we're talking about, what we're discussing, what we're about at all. It doesn't commingle with that whatsoever. As far
So
as the gay thing is concerned
can
here,
I ask a question?
well, slow down. You asked a question, I'm answering.
Oh,
As
okay.
far as the gay thing is concerned, well, let's be very, very clear. Your whiteness is going to supersede that. I mean, that's really twin wings on the bird, but your whiteness is really going to supersede that. Nobody is really denying you anything. There are no human rights you're being denied. There's some fringe benefits. Now, we can discuss whether or not you even need to have that, but there are no basic human rights being denied. There's no historical anything being denied. So to that extent, I don't see how it would. I don't see how it would correlate to that either.
I think that I'm very interested. Okay, so in a thumbnail, um, word frame, if somebody said to me, "What is Black First? What is B1?" What should the answer be?
As I said here the whole time, it means being on code. It means being on code about your identity, and our identity begins with our lineage as Black people. Just simply saying of African descent is no longer enough. And when we use the word Black, we are referring to a genetic and geopolitical identity. So not just a geographic location or a genetics by itself. Because if you're not juxtapositioning it against being oppressed in a system of white supremacy, then you haven't defined anything. And that's the problem. Now, before white supremacy, it wasn't even necessary to do this. However, in a system of white supremacy, it is imperative that we clearly define where we stand in the system, because there are only two types of people on planet Earth, Mike. The Black folk who understand that white supremacy exists and fight it, and the Black folk who understand that white supremacy exists and then go back to picking the cotton. So Black First is our way
Um,
of differentiating ourselves from those who go back to picking the cotton.
we're not going back to picking the cotton. We're moving forward because this.
We
There are some people who would like to think that we can turn back time, but they are sadly mistaken. And because we need to move forward as a human race, and I think it's so pathetic and tragic that we have to be so explicit about identity when we're going up against right-wing fundamentalist politics and manipulation. And that's kind of a little bit of a word salad there, but I think most people know that there is a problem, but the solution is not going back to the fields and picking cotton. That's for sure.
Well, let me clarify a few things there for you also, Mike. In our circles, there is no difference between, quote, right wing and left wing, liberal, conservative, moderate, right wing, left wing, Democrat, Republican. Those are terms made by the dominant society, white society, for white people. And white people put those terms on and take them off like a jacket. One day they're liberal, one day they're conservative. It depends on what their agenda is at the time. I can see from your profile page here you identify as gay. That's great. Peter Thiel, Silicon Valley magnate, he's a right winger. I think there'd be a lot you all would agree on in that regard. So, like I say, as far as the issues that are promoted where we stand, we have been treated the same. You got basically you have one entity that calls itself by two different names. Sometimes it calls itself Democrat, sometimes it calls itself Republican. Jim Crow Joe Biden, Donald Trump. Would you like to get your hand chopped off or would you like to get your hand burned off?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
From our perspective, it's not a right wing, not our perspective. From our reality, it's not a right wing issue or a left wing issue. It's a white supremacist issue. Would you like to be brutalized by the white supremacists on the left or the white supremacists on the right? My answer is neither.
I think one of the problems, at least politically in the United States, is that we have, I'm going to use a more formal word for what you just said, which is duopoly. So we have this duopoly. So you're either politically, if you want to have a voice in the system, that is, you're either a blue or a red member of the duopoly. But it really is no duopoly at all, is it? It's a monopoly. It's a corporatocracy. So in 2020, I ran as a good little red Republican for Congress. So that didn't work. So now I'm running as a blue Democrat for United States Senate, which actually does seem to be doing a little better. But there's still problems because the truth of the matter is that we still have these incredible games that are being played with the people who, do the heavy lifting, so to speak.
Well, let me find out here, Mike. Mike, where do you fall on the issue of reparations for the descendants of American slaves?
Okay, so I fall in line with Marianne Williamson on this, and I want to make. I don't want to do a deep dive on it in the sense that
let's deep dive.
Well, yeah, I mean, let me just give a quick answer. I am definitely not an expert on reparations.
Oh, don't worry. We can get you up to speed in 30 seconds, Mike. It ain't that hard.
But, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't understand why everybody's family shouldn't have the blessings and the grace that my family had. When my family came over, one by one, from Europe, we came to a farm. Okay, we came to a very large farm that was on both sides of the Missouri River. Well, okay, wait a second. But there are other people, the color of their skin being different than mine, who they didn't have that grace. So when you talk about 40 acres and a mule, that's actually powerful stuff. And when you deny people any possibility of owning land and transferring it from one generation to the next, then you end up with people who never have the ability to move forward. So I really kind of feel like Marianne Williamson kind of nails it.
Well, let me find out here, Mike, where's your family originate from?
Well, by the way, guys, if you're interested, on my website, there is a page and you guys can read in depth.
Okay,
but we're Central European. We're from the Netherlands, were from Belgium,
Okay.
were concentrated in Brussels and in Amsterdam.
Okay.
And
You say that, well, just to be concise, though, you say that your people came here and settled in Missouri.
well, we have a huge footprint in Kansas and Missouri.
Okay.
And
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mike. And here's the thing I want you to understand. They had their choice of 7 continents. They didn't go to Indochina. They didn't go to another part of Europe. They didn't go to Russia. They didn't go to the Middle East. They all, when it was time to immigrate from Europe, they all came in one direction to one place. They didn't hopscotch to another place over there. They all came to one place across the sea at a time when it was very, very dangerous to do so. So to take that kind of risk and to all come flocking to one place, they only did that for one reason. The word was sent back to them, hey, there's a place where your whiteness alone gets you free land, free benefits, free money, preferential treatment. I mean, the food actually grows because the soil's not acidic. No, we ain't jiving. I mean, it's not that city of gold in El Dorado, but it's the closest damn thing. There's nowhere else you could go where that was happening. No, not even Australia. There was nowhere else you could go where your whiteness was being given. Just step off the boat and your whiteness, here's 20 acres for you, 20 acres for you, 20 acres. There was nowhere for that. So when we talk about reparations, including in the context of Marianne Williamson, Marianne Williamson's been a little weak on that for us. Now, it's one thing to say,
oh,
I
I beg to
agree.
differ, my dear sir. She's been one of the strongest advocates.
Don't call
She
me
was the
dear.
only advocate, even amongst black candidates, to even bring it up initially. Most people didn't want to touch it. So, I
Okay,
mean,
Mike? What
Marianne
exactly
has
was she?
had everybody's backs on this.
Mike, what exactly was Marianne advocating?
Marianne advocates for the power being given back to the black community. In
That's
other
a
words,
that's a metaphor. What was she specifically saying that we would be given?
well, the equivalent of what was promised, which was 40 acres and a mule.
Okay. Marianne, when she was running for president, and by the way, if you're not familiar with it here, we've already covered that extensively here. The real issue comes down to when folks start getting flaky and start saying things like, well, reparations doesn't have to be cash payments. Now, there's where we get into trouble. What was taken from us, they can say 40 acres and a mule. Don't come back to me today talking about, well, you know what? We've rethought that 40 acres thing. Here's your 40 acres. No, because what was taken from us was not land. What was taken from us was money. What was taken from us was generational wealth. And it's when we start saying that part, then folks like Marianne start to get a little wavering, and it's them and Andrew Yang. All of a sudden, it's well, I mean, it can be, but maybe it. And we want to make it very, very clear. No, we're hard line about this. What was taken from us was money. It was financial. What needs to be given to us is financial compensation, just like everybody else has gotten, only with a lot bigger figure. And the reason for that is, once we get that, if that person wants to go take it and go buy some land, knock themselves out. Or they can go take it and go buy that education, knock themselves out. If they feel that that's what will really help them. If you give somebody education, you can't promise them or guarantee them that it will lead to generational wealth or compensate them. If you give them land, you can't promise them that it will lead to generational wealth or compensate them. You gave them the money, they've been compensated. Or as the saying goes, you got served. Now, Mike, I'm going to have to get some more people in here in a moment, but I'll let you have the last word.
Well, it's not, for me, it's not about the first or the last word. I mean, I do not claim, never have claimed to be an expert on this. The topic for me was actually brand new when Marianne brought it up during the campaign. The only reason that I really kind of was willing to put energy into it is because I knew her from my youth. So,
Mike, do you believe that the descendants of American slaves are owed cash reparations for what has occurred to us?
I believe they're owed a lot of things. Cash is just one part of it.
Okay, well, everything else would be open to interpretation. We specifically are only referring to just financial compensation.
Here's where I'm at. The one thing I
Okay, there
love,
you go.
the one thing I love about Marianne's approach was to lift up, equip, and empower people in the community like yourself, leaders in the community, to make those decisions for themselves and the community.
Great.
So,
Mike, do you believe that Jewish people were due cash reparations from the Nazi government?
this is fascinating because the reparations in Germany after World War II really kind of laid the foundation or the legal precedent for what we can do here. There are some who argue that too much time has elapsed here in the United States, but I think that's
Boy,
balderdash.
Mike's feet are running around, y'all. Boy, if that goalpost gets any more
No,
mileage on it,
actually, my feet
well, I'm
aren't
telling
running around at all. I'm running for United States Senate. That's what I'm running for.
you're running slow, brother. You're running slow. Mike,
You know?
do you believe that Japanese Americans who were interned during World War II should have been given cash reparations?
Absolutely. I don't have a problem with cash reparations of any kind in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, that's for the
So
Japanese.
if you're trying if your goal is to do a gotcha or an AMA kind of thing, again, I
Sir,
have to.
I can't do gotcha with your own answers. All I can do is ask a question, and then you will give the answer. I don't got you.
Well, anyway, I mean, I think Marianne has it right,
Okay.
and I think she's got the right idea, which is it's all well and good for people outside of the community who are not the victims
Okay.
to have
Well,
ideas, but
Mike, I just want you to understand, as Black people, when we ask a straightforward question on something this dire and this important, we look to see if people give us the same straightforward answers that they give everybody else, or whether they launch off into some
okay,
evasive screed, and then we just
you want to
remember,
play ball?
okay, everybody
Okay.
else got a straight answer. We get a
Okay,
lecture.
I'm looking at the board right now. I'm looking at the gallery. Now, I'm going to be really blunt. I'm going to be really direct. When I step into a room, I do it to show respect, among other things, to let people know that I actually care. I'm listening, and I don't see anybody else here of any color who's running for United States Senate that's in this room right now. So,
Okay.
just
Well,
just to level the playing,
Marcel Dixon might
field,
be
I have not
Marcel
interrupted
Dixon
you
might be hanging
once.
around out there. I'm pretty sure. Here's the real thing, though, Mike.
But
And you don't even
here's
have
the
to
real deal.
you don't even have to run for Senate to be able to do that. That's the real thing. Your
Maybe
whiteness
you
alone
should.
helps.
Maybe
Well, I'm talking.
you should.
No,
Maybe
I
you
see.
should run for Senate.
Okay, well, if I think that's a great idea, maybe one of these days I'll consider that. I will tell you one thing, whether I run for Senate or not, I'm going to be Black tomorrow morning when I wake up, and my agenda and my priorities are going to be there no matter what happens. So, Mike, if you're ever going to get a straight answer on that one, you might want to review this. Thank you very much
Here,
for weighing in on that. Tim, I know you've been raising your hand over there, brother, like a 4-year-old trying to go to the restroom. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, Jason, I'm gonna just say this real quick, and I'll return to the queue. Um, Again, like a lot of things you've been teaching us before. This guy came in, he put on his Democratic coat, then he took it off and put his Republican coat on, and then he started he started using every practicing racism and every term you could think of. Again, this is the danger of us. Us who are foundational Black Americans who claim to not understand what B1 mean. You let those type of people come in and try to he even used my term to try to remix what stuff means. If you pay attention to what that dude said, so it's just
Correct.
crazy as hell. It's crazy. It's crazy as hell. Now I'm still waiting for the people who have a problem with Black First to call in. None of them have called in. And another thing, I've also seen that guy in some of the people's rooms who actually have a problem with black person, and that's what makes tonight's broadcast even more crazy. But I'll return
Well,
to the queue.
Tim, you've been following me for a while, so like I say, you understand the format. But for a lot of these new folks here, we have to understand when you have new advents like Twitter Space and stuff, they're not very clear on what we've been saying now for a decade. So they're encountering these terms and might be encountering them out of context. But you're hip to it like I am, and let me just tell you, folks, it's a new day. Everybody's getting vetted, so you can't cozy up to us and say, well, hey brothers, I identify with that and feel that too. You're not going to be able to do the old political two-step that used to work. We are blunt, we are to the point, and we're going to get straight to the business of, okay, what are you offering specifically to us? And when I ask that question, what are you offering specifically to us? And then because he's gay and he wants specific tangible benefits for being gay. He came out of the gate with that. I'm gay. I want to be able to say gay, splay gay, bathroom gay. Okay. He wants specific things. When it comes to us, oh, no, 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 no. We want specific things too. No, we don't want the bathroom thing. We can do without that. But we want the specific things we're talking about. And so don't think you're going to do the political two-step and then sit up here and say, okay, well, don't evade the question. Don't tell them an outright no. See, that's what the Democrats told them is if black people talk to you, remember the Democrat WikiLeaks, if black folk talk to you, then what you do is you sit there and you listen attentively, but do not make any specific promises. Remember, and all these years later, when these so-called politicians, with the sole exception of Marcel Dixon, when they come up to us, the white politicians or white would-be politicians, they cozy up to us. And as soon as we say, okay, what are you going to do for us? Well, brothers, I mean, I feel your pain. And it could be a lot of things. We definitely need to get to work. And you saw I stopped him. I said, hey, you're speaking in metaphors. I want to hear specifics. Well, Marianne Williamson, I mean, she said a lot. Yeah, that was the problem with Marianne. She said a lot. What she didn't say was one thing. That's the problem. And when they get in front of Jewish people, LGBT, Asians, illegals, non-citizens, the conversation doesn't go that way. The conversation, imagine him sitting up there with me saying, Jason, you're running for Senate here, in Florida, can we talk to your little grandchildren about being gay? It's like, well, in the classroom? Well, yes. Well, I'm not so, I definitely think you should be able to talk to young people. You should certainly be able to do that. And I certainly support the ability to speak to the youth. Okay, you just sidestep the whole thing. So they're used to being able to do that with the civil rights generation. It's a new day now. They're not used to us being savvy. We picked up the tricks. We see it. We're already expecting that you're going to try to deflect and evade. We're already ready for that. So they're going to have to update their files. Thank you very much for checking in. Who was here, brother? Phoenix Star. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh my God, Jason, I wasn't ready yet. But since I'm on stage, I will take the mic. With the politicians, he did sidestep all of the questions. And I just got a call from my sister, and she was like, "Well, who should we vote for? What should we do?" So I explained to her. I said, "Well, we're going to have better candidates next year. We're going to have foundational Black American candidates running on reparations solely in all of our districts in the United States. And that's what we have to do to see a big change, because nobody's going to rep us. Nobody's going to work for us the way we're going to work. So we have to get ready to take these posts. And that's where I'll land. Thank you for giving me my time. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, Just Eve, thank you very much here. Thank you, Phoenix Star as well. Just Eve, you can go ahead and speak. They've been discriminating against you heavy tonight.
They really have, man. F Twitter. That's not fair. But thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay, I don't know where the miscommunication happened. And I'm going to try really hard not to speak for anybody, but just to speak for myself. And then if people agree with me, then, you'll see or whatever. But um, you said it earlier, our geopolitical identity. Um, we've been black for 500 years. Um, that's us. And all these other people, they identify with a tribe or not their blackness. And I don't know, for a long time, we were like, or at least growing up, the black kids that I went to school with, I thought they were black. It wasn't until I got older that I found out that they were immigrants and that they didn't fuck with me like that. And it's not fair because, like, I thought we was all family. And I'm sorry, I'm nervous and I didn't know Twitter was really going to let me speak. So I'm trying to not ramble. But um, I think that at the end of the day, it's about our resources, right? And we're trying to get our tangibles, and we've got people with our camouflage, with our costume on, and they're keeping us away from our tangibles, and we're saying no more. You can't do that shit anymore. And from there, if they're not a native born black, then they would have to like strip their identity, whoever they were, Jamaican, Nigerian, whatever. They can't be that anymore. They got to be blank black for I don't know how long, but we've already allowed them in our space to make these rules, and that's not fair. Okay, I'm gonna land there.
Well, I think it goes now. I want to make also sure that it's not just a situation for me, of people who are not, descendants of slaves or foundational or, come from our experience. It's also for folk from here, like Tim said. You got some folks, some newcomers, they've heard this term, and now, they see an opportunity to turn it into something else, which is why I made it available here tonight. They've had the ability to raise their hand just like everybody else has. They've had the ability to raise their hand just like everybody else has. So if they wanted to go ahead and speak, tonight was the night to speak. You could talk to the guy who created the term black first. I'm right here. And yet they're not saying anything. So what does that tell you? That tells you that you're either dealing with the juvenile delinquents, in which case it's very unfortunate because young, ignorant people tend to grow into old, ignorant people. But the others are agents of confusion. They are agents of dissension. They are looking to mislead. They're not looking really to come to a conclusion. Because let's be very, very clear. The reason why when I created that term and used it the way I did is because we came to a conclusion. It wasn't something to argue over. It's a unified ideology. That's why, you like Brother Neely Fuller was talking about the compensatory code system concept. He's saying, we found the underlying truth of it, and this is a foundation, and you build from there. This is something you build on from here. And it's not really up for a bunch of debates. So when I see some newcomers coming in and they want to seize on a term and then say, hey, let me take this in a new direction, I don't want the youth of the next generation here to get it twisted. We've made a lot of progress in the last 10, 15 years. We made a lot of progress off of that. And with that being the case, we want to make sure that we continue that progress. And being able to continue that means everybody is clear. Let's be very, very clear. When we say black first, what makes it unique is that this is the only identity that doesn't require you to denigrate other people. This is the only identity that doesn't require that. Everything else requires the denigration, oppression, mistreatment, inflicting injustice. We're the only ones it doesn't require that. So there's no reason that everybody can't get behind this because this is the only thing that uplifts everybody here, either directly or indirectly. Believe me, what's good for black people is good for all of you. Let's be very clear on that. April's show, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, hey, April Showers, peace, power, and reparations to the people. So just for clarity, right? Because definitely for me, Black First is being my lineage, my ethnicity, right? And so I think that is the understanding that everyone here gets, that are on code, that it has to do with your lineage. It has to do with your ethnicity, and putting that first. It has nothing and absolutely nothing to do with Pan Africanism. It should not be confused. If you have to hyphen, if you have to say that you are a black hat slash Haitian, then that is not on code, because there is no hyphen. There is no black and. You can't be black Jamaican and be on code. And so I just want to that is my understanding, and I want to make sure that those of my family that's here as well, I just want to make sure that we're all on that same page, because that's my understanding. Is that correct?
Well, it can be. Sure. It absolutely can be. The only thing we don't want is bastardization of it. That is
Correct.
all. But it absolutely can be. Thank you very much for weighing in here. By the way, like I say, Twitter has been hating super heavy on everybody here. So Yaya, ASAP. I'm gonna get to you all here in a moment. I didn't even see any of you here, so they are just been really, really hating very, very heavy. So I don't know why it is. Oh, I guess I shouldn't say that. I know exactly why they mess with my Twitter space, and so do all of you, which is yet another reason why we need reparations. By the way, Thunderbird, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Black first, Jason. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
All right. I was required to call into tonight's Twitter space because I asked you a question. Did Malcolm X coin the term "Black First"? And I posted an image of a Pinterest image of Malcolm X, and with the words "Black First," my allegiance is black. My allegiance is black, and my issues are black. But you in the Twitter in the Twitter space, you've already answered my question, so I thank you for that.
Okay, because the reason I brought that up is because that we need to be very, very clear about something here. In the modern context, that doesn't even need to be said. You can Google the words by any means necessary. That predates Malcolm X. However, there's no one of any significance who said it before then. This isn't about did one person say something in passing, and can you go Google the words from someone in significance in passing. The reason why Dr. King saying the words "I have a dream," that phrase, and the reason we do is because he didn't just say it in passing. In reality, there was more than one speech that he did that in. That wasn't just one speech that Dr. King said that in. If you all want some interesting learning, you can go Google that for yourselves. For those of you who didn't know, once again, for those of us who are a little bit older, we just assumed that everybody knew that the March on Washington was not the first time he said, "I have a dream," in a speech multiple times. So that was a part of a campaign. So when we talk about a term, and by the way, using the phrase coining a term, there's a reason why I said creating a term as opposed to coining it. You might want to Google that, the meaning of coin a term as well. That's going to be a lot of interesting things for you to learn there also. There's a reason why I said creating a term and not coining a term. So understand something, we're very, very thorough about this. So when somebody brings up Malcolm used that phrase in passing, and also, of course, peace be upon him. Absolutely. But none of you were quoting Malcolm when you said that phrase. Now, there's the only issue. None of you were quoting Malcolm. You were all quoting me. I'm where you heard that phrase first. You might have Googled Malcolm way later, but I'm where you heard that phrase first. Has that cleared the matter up for you?
Yes, that has cleared the matter up.
Thank you very much for weighing in. Who's next here? Yaya.
TBA, TBA, if it's okay, everybody, I see all of the requests, so just know that we're gonna go one at a time. But everybody, I see all of your
That's
hands,
really good
so
because
just
I
be
don't
patient.
see any hands. So I'm very glad you can see that. I'm just letting you all know. Twitter has been messing with my Twitter space for weeks. I don't see any hands except for the ones that Eve has approved. So they literally have you all blocked. I literally have no requests to speak showing right now. None. And literally, she can show me got dozens. So just letting you know, they are this isn't hate. This is just discrimination. So anyway, Yaya, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. And you gave me the perfect assist, Black Authority. You gave me the perfect assist. Coining a phrase. And that's exactly why when it was brought up to me, I went to Google, and that's how I found your definition. So let me explain. You have a lot of people who follow you, and they've been in a lot of spaces I've been in, and they've been trying to explain to me the B1 concept from your explicit definition of something that you fathered, your coin phrase, right? Uh, and they've been trying to explain that. But in explaining that, they're explaining the concept. I'm a kid of the 60s and the 70s, raised on the concept, raised on the code. So, in my even looking up the B1 concept that I know belongs to you, even though I haven't, followed you, I've heard you a few times, I went straight to that. But with my brain, with where I come from, even in reading your definition, I never saw the indicator of it being a new term of Pan Africanism. And so a lot of the people who follow you have heard you break it down the way you have broke it down for me and many other people today, and they knew that. So I'm arguing up against a concept, understanding that you coined the B1, reading your definition, still coming from a I'm Black American trying to get our shit together here on the continent concept, never knowing that it was a new um level of Pan Africanism as Black first universally. So I want to say the rock is thrown, hit dogs holler, ow, ow, ow. I get it now. It is not about, just Black foundational first, that it has a bigger, more universal meaning. I've never used the B1 in anything because I didn't know it exactly. And I actually literally feel like a fucking gypsy goddess because I said earlier today, I wish that he could hear the algorithm that is there's confusion out there and that he would throw a space to break the shit down. So now I
Well,
clearly understand that
well,
it is a new
definitely.
concept
Here's
of
the
Pan
thing about that.
Africanism.
I've got folk
Excuse
who are
me.
from here, and I've got my brother Sam Alarape. He's from Nigeria. My brother George up there in Minneapolis. These are some of the most stomped down Black first brothers you're ever going to meet in your life. And the fact that they are not foundational Black Americans hasn't diminished that. So the real thing is, it is what has become essential, and this is why I did this 20 years ago, is so that I saw it then. Now, where it really came from was the fact you had individuals identifying as American first, and they had the Black and gay thing, and I'm like, okay, and there's the reason why you can't mount a adequate defense against the real issue, which is white supremacy, when you come to the table talking about you're Black and before you do, because if you sit up here and talk about, oh, I'm Black and female, when you try to get the dominant society to honor your femininity, to honor your femaleness, it falls flat. They'll honor the white women's, they won't honor yours. So
Well,
that's
I'm
why it
not a
was so
feminist.
essential. Oh,
I'm
I'm
not a
not
feminist
saying
at all,
I'm
bro.
not saying you personally, but I'm just saying I'm talking about when I started it 20 years ago. I noticed that people were saying that. So with that being the case, there's a reason why that distinction is very, very important, and I'm glad we're having an opportunity to clarify that for everyone now. Thank you very much here. Let's go ahead and get Afro Elite. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you letting me up, TBA. I'm going to try to be as quick as possible because I got a lot to say and I'm going to try to be precise. I've been following you since about 2018. This is right before I saw your movie Race War. I saw that's how I got introduced to you was through an advertisement for your movie, and then I saw it. And when I first heard you say Black first, it instantly clicked. It made 100% sense because in the system of white supremacy, the global system of white supremacy, our race is the biggest factor in the quality of life we live. That supersedes religion, that supersedes class, that supersedes our sexuality and everything else. Our race, and this goes just for black people and white people, your race is the biggest factor in the quality of life that you live. We are oppressed because we are black for no other reason. So when you say we need to prioritize our blackness and put our blackness first, it made 100% sense. Everything made perfect sense. Um, and I've been using that almost on a daily basis ever since 2018. Unfortunately, we have a new people in here who understand the term, but they're trying to remix things. So I appreciate you making this space because you did coin the term. I appreciate you making this space to clear it up because the real ones know what you meant. There's no confusion. There's never been any confusion until a few months ago, because the ones who truly believe in black empowerment and the ones who truly follow the code, we know exactly what you meant and we're on the same page you're on. So I appreciate you doing this.
All right. Well, I want to thank you very much for going ahead and weighing in. And I'm glad we are able to go ahead and clarify that for people. And that's what this is for, is to clarify it. Sunny G, I'm just going to take them in the order in which I see them. So, Sunny G44, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yo, peace. What's going down? Jason Black, how you doing today, family? Um,
Black first, brother.
Most definitely. So this I'm definitely learning. You know what I'm saying, a little bit more about the B1 term, and I'm glad you broke it down. I'm glad I wasn't here to hear it. This is how I feel. I feel like right now, as foundational Black Americans, you know, shout out to the people across the diaspora who are on code. Shout out to them, right? But we, as foundational Black Americans, we are delineating. We only care about us and our plight right now. If you happen to get on code today or tomorrow or in the next 5 years, shout out to you. But right now, we are securing our tribe and we making sure that we got it locked down and we making sure that we get tangibles. No more shucking and jiving. No more hitting the nay-nay. No more hitting the Dougie. No more hot sauce in your bag. We making sure that we get tangibles, legislation, and policies and bills specifically passed for us. And you know, if you happen to be on code later on, you know what I'm saying, and we could build and do trading resources back and forth between country to country, then I'm with it. But I'm not going to be holding my breath waiting for the diaspora to get on code. And I thank you for the
Sure.
time.
Now let me give you a relevant analogy to that. For example, South Africa against apartheid. There wasn't anything in that for black people in America, black people in Britain. There wasn't anything in there in that for us. We don't benefit from the end of apartheid. We didn't get anything from that. And yet we were the biggest boots stomping against it. See, that's being on code. That's being on code because of identity. So we were, even though there wasn't, we were supporting what they were doing, getting benefits for them on the basis of that assumption. And that's the way that Pan-Africanism is supposed to work. That's the way the Black First is supposed to work. It's supposed to work across the board when you exercise it. Now, there's a difference between an understanding of who we are versus promotion of an agenda. Now, specifically where our agenda is concerned right now, we got to take care of our business as far as that's concerned. That doesn't affect our identity. There's our identity and then there's our execution of it. And right now, we can deal with people as individuals. That's why I named my brother Sam Eller. Brother. He's Nigerian, but he doesn't represent the average Nigerian. As painful as that is for me to say, I recognize that and I understand that. So in dealing with him, he and I are both black first. As far as the agenda is concerned, I take care of what we're doing here until Nigeria as a group gets on code. So how I deal with him as an individual is separate and different from how I deal with Nigeria, how I deal with Kenya, how I deal with Ethiopia. So, for anyone who's wondering where I stand on that right there, I'm hoping I'm being very clear where my position is on this. When we say that, we can, even those who are not, even those who are from outside the diaspora, we can deal with them as individuals if they're on code. If somebody attempts to stretch that beyond that, you're going to have to show me where the whole group is on code. And so far, ain't seen it. So until then, yeah, we got to take care of where we at. And that's going to take priority.
Hey,
Thank you very much for weighing in on that, brother. Let me get Mr. Engaging. I got a bunch of people here she's showing me. Mr.
Hey,
Engaging, go ahead and unmute yourself.
hey, what's up, man? I'm that brother that called on the phone on that Friday about B1 being global or local. I got a little cut off, and I wanted to go in a little bit more detail about that because I
Well,
find it a
you're in the
little bit.
right. Now you're actually in the right place.
All right, yeah, I was one of the brothers that feel like it's global. The reason why is because on some real talk is Black American people are the only ones on this face of the globe that totes blackness. When you go up and ask anybody from the diaspora, they point to everything else but blackness. So why are we even wasting our time, like respectfully, when we don't even have our resources? And these dudes got countries. These people got resources and they're fucking it up. Excuse my language. They're screwing it up. So I hear you talking that B1 is global, but nah, I don't see that when they don't battle white supremacy how we battle white supremacy here in
Okay,
the United
sir.
States.
Okay, let me explain this to the simple minded and silly. And I'm going to say this straight. I already explained this several times. Some of the slow kids need to understand. I am not saying that we're here to proselytize. You might want to look that word up. I'm not here to say that we're here to preach to anybody else that they understand it. I'm talking, your identity is like your lineage. That's not something that we debate and discuss and people can negotiate it. That's not something to negotiate. I'm not here to promote the interests of anybody else. The identity of our concept of understanding that we are black first. I will say this again for the deaf kids in the back. Understanding our identity and our socio-political position as black first has nothing to do with whose interests we are promoting. Since that phrase is going sailing over some people's heads like a spitball over a classroom of kindergartners, that has nothing to do with it. They don't have a choice in whether or not they're black. They have every choice in whether or not they're black first. If they identify as black first, we can rock with them as individuals. As far as whose agenda we're promoting, I say again, since you obviously were not listening to the previous gentleman I spoke to, sir, the agenda we're promoting is right here. It is descendants of slaves. It is foundational. We're not promoting a global agenda. Our identity is certainly global. The agenda is not. Did you understand that?
Loud and clear now. We're cool on
Thank
that.
you very much for your weighing in. Free R. Kelly. Unmute yourself.
How you doing, Jason Black?
What is on your mind, sir?
It's a lot on my mind, but just for the sake of the room, I'm definitely going to be brief. Appreciate you for this room. So I'm a part of the Security Tribe. I'm pretty sure that it's a lot of people saying that we're the ones off code. We're trying to remix what B1 is, but the reality of the
And you
situation,
need to quit that nonsense.
like I was saying, and the reality is that in our delineation, the spaces that we've been holding and the data that we have been analyzing, we have plenty of people that have not just led us to believe, but led us to know that foundational Black Americans are the only people on the planet who are truly B1. So I wanted to just say that. And it ain't no remixing the code. Nobody has the ability or the power to remix something that was here long before we were and will be here long after we're gone.
Okay, let's be very clear. When you say that foundational Black Americans are the only people who are B1, you mean that as a group.
I mean that. I mean that as a group. I mean that as
Okay,
no. I
sir,
mean as
that's the end
identity.
of the sentence. That's
as
the
an
end of the
identity,
sentence.
as an
That is the end of,
identity.
no, sir, that's the end of
No,
the sentence.
we're the only ones
Because
that
there
agree
are
as
people
an
who are,
identity.
sir, quiet. There are people who are not foundational, who they do have a black first ideology. There are.
Where
Now, that doesn't mean that we subscribe that individual's position to their entire group. That is not what we do. So you all are sitting up here plebiscite talking in circles. It really doesn't need to be said. This is really, really sophomoric. It doesn't need to be said. You all are really just talking in circles.
where
We
are these
already
people at though?
understand that.
Where are these people at that you're talking about who identify as black as a people? Because like I
Okay,
said,
but
we have
we're not here to de-black first anybody. If they're on code with you, they're on code with you. But just because a person from Nigeria is on code with us does not mean that we now go to work stomping for Nigeria.
I never said that we should.
Then it doesn't need to be stated about whether or not it's global or not. Once you've explained we're taking care of our business here, there really is, it's really silly to have a masturbatory debate.
It's not a debate, we're having a conversation, Jason.
Okay, then let me explain to you where the conversation is. Black first is an ideology. Black first is an understanding. Black first is a foundation. You do not need to be a descendant of slaves to adhere to Black first. You do not need to be. But what we are not here to do is to take care of everybody else's business, since they have made it very clear that while we are black first, we will understand that with people as individuals, but the groups where these folks come from outside of our society, they are not adhering to it as a group. And since they're not adhering to it as a group, let me say this for the umpteenth time. We will take everybody else on a case by case basis. But one individual being on code does not does not certify an entire nation of people. One person doesn't represent their group. That is a brutal reality. It can be unpleasant or uncomfortable. There have been some awkward situations, but it is one that needs to be stated. So if you all are going to get together in your groups, and I say this respectfully, sir, if you are all going to, I understand that you are all young, and maybe the real issue here is people like me maybe have not necessarily been as engaging about this as we should be. I'm a busy man. But since you've had the opportunity to speak now, I want all of you to understand that conversation you're having, you might think that you're having this really crucial, really detrimental, really of cosmic significance discussion, but you're really debating nuances. It doesn't matter where that black person comes from. If he subscribes to the identifies as black first, that is your brother. It doesn't matter where that female comes from. If she identifies as black first and meets the criterion, of course, that is your sister. Now, if they then say we black first, now let's go help Kenya. Brake pedal. That's what happened at that point. And not because we hate you, not because there's a problem, but because there's a difference between me helping you and me helping Kenya. There's a difference between that. And even to that extent, it's going to be nuanced. If I'm going to have priority to it, I'm going to have to prioritize other descendants of slaves first. That doesn't mean I leave anybody out in the cold necessarily, but let's be clear what the pecking order is. And let me say that again. Let me be clear what the pecking order is. The pecking order is foundational. Because if I went to South Africa, I can support Julius Malema all I want to. We haven't reached the point where I can sit up here and take the podium and move Julius to the side and say, okay, here's the agenda. It hasn't reached that point. And I understand that. And you know what? There isn't anything necessarily wrong with that either. Is my black status going to be honored in South Africa the way it would be honored here? If it is, that's all I really need. That's all I need.
But
Anything else is just a want.
Yes, sir, brother Jason. Can I just say one last thing? I know you got to move on. I think one of the disconnects that is going on is we are identifying as black, and we just haven't seen any other people that are identifying as black. I get the geopolitical part that you're talking about. I've understood that from day one. I think where the disconnect is coming in at is that we are finding out that we're the only group of heavily melanated people on the planet who are identifying as black, whereas other people are not identifying as black, and it is ill affecting their ability to, you know what I'm saying, come together and be like, the two brothers that you mentioned earlier. I think you said one was from Nigeria, etc. So that's why I feel like the disconnect is coming in at.
But the thing is that's what I'm saying. As a group, they are not on code. There are some individuals who are on code, but as a group, they are not on code. This doesn't really require a bunch of debates after that. Once you've explained, hey, no, you do not have to be foundational to be black first. However, as far as who we support, those who are black first, you got to support the foundationals because nobody else is carrying the banner. That's the reason you have to do that. Nobody else is carrying the banner. If you are a black first minded Kenyan, you really need to put your efforts behind us because there is no black first movement or identity in Kenya. You got one Kenyan over here and an Ethiopian way over there and a South African back in the corner over here, but you don't have them moving as a group. Until it becomes that, then no. But here's my thing. I want you to understand, you don't want to, my job is to clarify, and I don't have a problem with you all discussing these things, but I do have a problem with it becoming circular. I do have a problem with that occurring because that's not exercising power. At some point, the debate needs to stop. At some point, go back and watch my video, The Intelligence Rant. At some point, the conversation is over. At some point, you swing the damn gavel and say, these folks are with us. And I think what you're trying to, I think I would have it a little bit easier with you all. I think what you're trying to say is, okay, after that, what do you do? The folks who are on code with you, what do they do? They play their position. That's what they do. The folks who are on code, whether they are descendants of slaves or not, whether they're foundational or not, foundational's got a position to play, and non-foundational's got a position to play. Now that I can understand you clarifying that. As far as debating who it applies to any black person on earth who adheres to the ideology. As far as who we're gonna promote the agenda for and whose business we're going to take care of, well, of course we're going to take care of ours because we are the only ones fighting white supremacy. So those are two separate things. They are not the same thing. So if somebody is telling you, hello, I'm from Eritrea, I'm black first, now what can y'all do for me? What we can do for you is allow you to pick up this shovel and start digging for us. That's what you can do for us. That's what you can do for you. Because if you're fighting white supremacy, there's nobody else doing it or doing it better. And besides, you came all the way over here. Nigga, you already with us. So why are we beating around the bush? You're already here. So if we're going to fight it, we're going to fight it here. We're not going to fight it over there. All your stuff's here anyway. Now, once you do that, conversation's over. Anybody else still talking after that, brother, they're going to keep talking till Tupac comes back and goes on tour. Do you really want to be stuck with that?
No, not at all, brother. And I'm glad that you took this time out to to speak to us because, like I said, I know that the ruckus, obviously, it got to a point where word got back to you. But yeah, I'm glad you had this conversation with us. It brought a lot of clarity, and yeah, secure the tribe.
Well, definitely, like I say, once you understand it, at some point, swing the damn gavel. Don't make this an intellectual masturbatory exercise. Once you got the point made, swing the damn gavel. Let people know that you're done talking. There's no more discussion. There's no more debate. The issue is closed. At that point, we marching or we're not. If you want to know why we've made so much progress towards Black empowerment, socioeconomic empowerment, reparations, fighting white supremacist police departments, it's because we stopped talking. We started moving money. We started moving films. We started moving in the streets. We started bailing soldiers out when they started banging on them. We stopped talking. And at some point, the conversation needs to quit. So I certainly support you all discussing these things and clarifying it. Please make sure that you listen to this well enough so that you can explain it to somebody else in simple and plain English. But once it has been explained in simple and plain English, it's time to wrap this thing up. Because if you're talking to somebody who just wants to keep going on in circles, they don't actually really want you to do anything. They just want you to keep talking. That's all. And you don't want to get wrapped. I don't want you young folk to get wrapped up in that, where you spend hours and hours going over the same damn thing. Dude, they heard you the first time. If you explained it in simple English, they heard you the first time. They're trying to figure out, is there some wiggle room? Your job is to let them know, no, there's no wiggle room. Well, Jason, you're sometimes harsh. You know why? Because I'm letting you know the discussion is over. Why you gotta be harsh about it? Because I'm done talking. I'm done explaining it to you. You heard me the first 3 times I said it. You're not asking because you didn't hear. You're just asking because you're wondering, is there a loophole? I'm letting you know the only loophole is going around your neck. The conversation's over. Rhonda, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, brother, for allowing me to speak. B1 family, and I'm really glad that you're hosting this space, brother, because it's been a lot. Listening to these folks. I've been in spaces, and I'm quiet more than I speak. And to me, I just felt it was very disrespectful for any individual to come around and think that they have the right or the authority to take a term that they did not create, that they did not coin, and think that they can just make it whatever it is that they want. It's very disrespectful. And the real reason is because one, you got individuals that are Johnny come latelys, okay? There's a lot of us in this room, we've been B1 for a long time. This ain't new. We ain't just start being B1. We were B1 before they even had this idea of delineation. So we've been out here in these streets. We've been B1. We've been doing this, okay? And when Afro Elite and Nino Black, out of, respectfully, and was trying to explain this to these new people, they were very disrespectful. And my thing is that everybody, and you have said this before, Jason, everybody's not qualified to speak. And that's the problem that we have. These folks have these little spaces, they go a little viral, and then they think that they're the authority. There's only one authority, which is the Black authority. And I'm going to land my plane on that. B1.
Thank you very much for weighing in on that. Certainly here, like I say, and let me be very, very clear. I don't mean to be harsh with Secure the Tribe. I don't mean to be harsh with them at all. But we need to, I think they will understand, we need to establish order. We need to establish clear lines and clear boundaries where there's no uncertain terms whatsoever. The reason why I put up that post today is because take a look what they're doing with gender confusion. Confusion isn't just annoying. Confusion is dangerous. Confusion is dangerous. It's not just annoying. So, and let me be very, very clear. I always support the young people. I would rather spend an hour speaking to somebody under the age of 30 than to spend 10 minutes speaking to somebody over the age of 50. Let me be very, very clear about that. I'd rather spend an hour or 2 hours speaking to somebody under the age of 25 than 5 minutes speaking to somebody over the age of 50. That person over the age of 50, they're supposed to have it by now. They've lived the same damn life I have. He's supposed to have it. If he doesn't have it, it's because he don't want it. But somebody who doesn't know and they haven't been there and they haven't had the proper shepherding and they don't have the seasoning and they haven't been around folk, them I've got more leniency towards. So do not misinterpret, the manner in which I'm speaking here. What I'm trying to do here, I'm not trying to disrespect any of them. Like I say, Secure the Tribe and them, I'm not disrespecting them here. I want them to understand where the clear lines and the clear boundaries are, because I'm not assuming bad motives. I'm not assuming that, well, there's some knuckleheads, absolutely. but I'm not going to just assume it's a bunch of bad motives. I'm going to assume naivete first. I'm going to assume, and like I said before, maybe we haven't been engaging enough with them. Maybe we've been so busy doing what we're doing over here and everything, we haven't been able really to break off time with a lot of these things like we need to or like we should have. And then you wake up one damn morning, it's like, there goes the neighborhood and, stuff like that. So definitely I understand it. And that's the kind of thing I take a look at here. That's the kind of thing I take a look at. So let me go ahead and Nino Black, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, TBA. I'm gonna be real brief because you pretty much covered you hit on every point. I know you like to say, I feel like you're being hard on yourself, man. You're saying maybe I've been too busy, maybe I haven't, took the time out my day, to reach out to the young people. Maybe that's what it is. I'm here as a young person to tell you that's not the case whatsoever. These people understood exactly what was said and how you said it. It was very clear. As a matter of fact, me and other people, we have taken the time out as peers of these young people and explained to them exactly what B1 means. And they argue with us all day long, and we're very disrespectful. And in fact, and I'm not even tripping about them because at the end of the day, there's going to be some people that comes into our community, the B1 community. I've been here to you since 2015. I'm in your YouTube chat every week since 2015.
I
So a
know.
lot of so a lot of these people come in here, they're Johnny come lately, like was already stated. So I'm not even tripping on them. What I'm tripping about is the people that has been rocking with us just as long, if not longer, than me, and they've been co-signing this foolishness. And I'm like, listen, if you're really following and living the teachings of TBA, PBT, then you should be able to stop this from a mile away. It's the same thing with what they call it, Grant Scan Master Jay and his group, his militia. When we follow the code and we follow the teachings
Well,
of things
definitely,
that
like
you
I say, Rhonda, Tim, I to this, like I say, I want to give them an opportunity to get their heads straight and stuff. We're going to give them an opportunity to do that. And what they do with their opportunity, that's on them. Let me go ahead and Mel, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, secure the tribe. Jason, I've been listening to you. I've been following your channel since like 2016, 2017. I was fracking in West Texas. So I used to listen to you for like 16 hours. You know what I'm saying? I used to listen to you all day. The Black Professor Truth channel, Tariq, you know what I'm saying? But I respect you, you know what I'm saying? But we're delineating. I'm delineating. I'm a Black American, and I'm just putting my people first. You know what I'm saying? If
Okay,
B1,
who said that you do not put your people first? Who said that?
trolls,
Okay, sir. First of all, let's be very, very clear. I don't like a coward, and you're coming off as a coward.
but I'm showing my face. This
Okay,
is my real
sir,
face.
sir, you're showing your ass is what you're
We don't
showing,
know who
not
the
your
hell you
face.
are. Who are you? Don't ever call me a
Sir,
coward. You're not.
I'm the guy who you are quoting. That's who I am. I'm the guy you're quoting. And if you ever get that iPhone 1 replaced, maybe you can keep a good signal on it. But I'm the guy that you're quoting. And the reason you're quoting me is because I actually have a lick of sense. If you actually had it, it'd be a different matter. But you don't. Just because you have the ability to start a Twitter space doesn't mean you know a damn thing. The problem is with ineffective, failed, unaccomplished black males, and yes, I meant what I just said. When they are unaccomplished black males, they think that having the ability to pick up a microphone and squeal or pick up a phone and sit up here and blab is a substitute for actually knowing what the hell they're talking about. So they pick up phrases from every damn where, like a lollipop rolling down the street. They pick up lint and grime, or in some cases, maybe something useful, and they pick it all up together, but they don't actually have a cohesive thought in there. Now, the reason why I called him a coward is because he's been sitting over there talking about TBA is off code. No, not. Not at all. But I don't appreciate individuals speaking one way when they're not around, And then they get over here and all of a sudden it's something different. So if you're going to be harboring places where people are saying TBA is off code, you need to come front and center with that. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't think that people were sitting up here monitoring it. He found out the hard way. Where'd he go? Does he need some help with that? And by the way, did you all hear that smoke alarm that chirped behind him? If you heard the smoke alarm that chirped behind him, go ahead and hit me with a laughing emoji. For those of you who heard the smoke alarm behind him, as soon as he opened up the thing, you heard that smoke alarm chirp behind him. Dude, who am you? You show your face. You need to show your face at Walmart or Target and get a 9-volt battery. That's where you need to show your face. You need to show your face on the electronics aisle or the battery aisle at Family Dollar. That's where you need to show your face. Not on Twitter, not on YouTube. You need to show your face at Radio Shack and get you a 9-volt battery so you can stop that smoke alarm from chirping. Notice how long I've been speaking. In over a decade of broadcasting, you all have never heard one chirp, one click. You might have heard housekeeping at one of those hotels. You never heard a smoke alarm chirping. How the hell are you going to pretend you're going to lecture the rest of us about having our identity together and you don't have your fire prevention protocols together? What the hell? April Showers, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, black first. So interesting. I think this has definitely been a great room. Um, I'll say this. We said identity, right? And so we're leading with identity, our lineage over race. And I think the biggest problem is that you are right. There are individuals who are on code, but as a group, we are the only group that is on code and fighting white supremacy. And so there are individuals that are on code, as I think we all know that. I think that that's what's happening is that as of late, black is something that everyone is want to be as their identity, but as a black with a hyphen, as was mentioned before, right?
Okay, there you go. All right,
So
fine.
so
Okay.
so that's the issue, right? Is that they using the hyphen, so it's just becoming as if, oh yeah, it's me too, it's all about us, and it's not. It is about fighting white supremacy. It is about being in the belly of this beast. It is about the only group who has been on code its entire existence, which is foundational black Americans, right? And so now that we are at a space, right? Because I've been doing this for 20 some years, right? So I absolutely get, I'm with you. I've been B1 my entire existence, not a couple of years, right? My daddy as a child said that when you support a black business, you feed a black family, right? And so I've been that my entire existence. Is all that I know. It is my identity, right? And so what has happened is now is that those same people, when we were in middle school, they said, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. Now everyone wants to be black. And now they claim that they're black first. However, they're not fighting for the interest of black Americans in this country, especially while they're here and going through getting through the white supremacy and the beast out of this belly of this beast. And I think that's where the confusion is. They feel like, hey, I'm black now, and so I'm black first, but they're still not prioritizing what needs to be done to beat white supremacy in the country that they reside.
Well,
And
let's
that
let's be
is
clear. And when
okay.
you say that, when you identify yourself as black, this idea that that's a take, that this is a grift. Okay, I'm black. Let me see what I can take from it. No, being black is about what you can give to the people, not what you're here to take. It's not about what you're going to take. So these individuals who, if they come from immigrant backgrounds or whatever, and they're doing that when it's convenient, it's like, no, we're really not doing that. So, but I want you all to understand you all need to understand the difference between a real conversation and Twitter babble.
Oh, I
And
got
that's the real thing I want you all to understand. Understand the difference between a real conversation and Twitter babble. I know folks got time on their hands. Some people are working from home. Some folks still dealing with pandemic issues. Okay, but time is valuable. Avoid wasting it. We already understand this. Anybody who does not accept, and that isn't anybody who does not accept that what we are doing here is we are recognizing Black first as an identity, but as far as our empowerment, we're starting with ourselves. That those two things are not in conflict. So if some idiot in some other Twitter space told you that those things are in conflict, I would hate to see him trying to breathe and walk at the same time. He's either going to suffocate or he's going to trip and fall down. I can't imagine he would be able to multitask at such a basic level if he's not understanding that. So these two things coexist just fine. I can have a Black first mutual identity with any Black person on earth and at the same time prioritize foundational Aboriginal descendants of slaves. I can do both of those things. They are not in conflict in any way, shape, form, fashion, or manner. It isn't. If somebody wants to argue with me that it is, I will kindly explain it to them once. If they're still arguing, it's not because they didn't understand it, it's because they're trying to figure out, is there a loophole? And the answer is no, there's not a loophole. You've been eating good. You've been eating good off of us, but it hasn't been a two-way street. So that is why we have to start with ourselves first. If it's sometime in the future that ever changes, then we will reconsider it. Reconsider doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Reconsider means we will take your application and we will process it. Until then, everybody, foundational and non foundational, descendants of slaves and folk on the continent, the freedom train runs through us over here in America. The freedom train runs through us. So if you want to defeat white supremacy, the only place anybody's fighting it is over here. So this isn't something that needs to be said 20,000 times. Anybody who's still arguing after that, they're not arguing over what Black first means, and they're not arguing over whether or not foundationals should prioritize ourselves first. That's not what they're arguing about. They're arguing because they're bored. They're arguing because they're not very bright. Some of these dudes are incels or borderline incels. And what I'm saying is, I will talk to somebody who doesn't know. To a fellow who couldn't get the girls on Tinder to swipe left, I can't help you. Thank you very much for weighing in there. By the way, if you've already spoken, I got a couple of dozen people looking to speak here. So if you've already spoken, take your hand down. Let me get Boob here. What a name. Boob, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, what's up with it, man? It's Booby. It's not Boob. It's Booby. But
Okay, Booby.
yeah, yeah, Booby.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
that's a
Okay.
lot. That's a lot better. Booby trap. All right,
Yeah,
what's
hey
on your
man.
mind?
Hey, that's Black American, man. Black American culture. But that's neither here nor there. But nah, man. I just want to make something clear real quick. Cause Secure the Tribe. We've never tried to take your term that you coined and redefine it or remix it. Honestly, when I first heard B1, I thought that it was Black American. You get what I'm saying? Because we're delineating in America, the USA. We're not delineating from Africa. Well, we are, but you know what I mean. We in the USA, so that means we delineating from, not just from Asians and Hispanics or whatever Spanish people, but also the Haitians, Ghanaians, Nigerians, because they're not black. And I'm just not talking about our culture because we understand blackness is really a culture that we built over here. But we can even talk about the documentation of us. You know what I mean? Like we have damn that documentation almost going back almost a century with black on it. You know what I'm saying? With our people with their birth certificates and death certificates. Like this just is not a race. This is our cultural identity. You get what I'm saying? And other people from the diaspora used to make fun of us about this shit. You guys are just black. Y'all don't know y'all lineage. Y'all don't know. But all of a sudden you want to be black now and we just gotta accept it. That's why our culture is, where it's at today because we just accepted everybody. We used to have arguments with them about them being black. You get what I'm saying? They used to tell us no, we're not.
Okay, here's the issue that I have, Booby. Why in the hell are you arguing with somebody who's not qualified?
I mean, we're not doing that anymore, honestly.
Okay, there's my
No,
point. Well, if it wasn't happening, I don't know what we're talking.
well, no,
Then
but I'm
I
just saying, no,
failed to
I'm
understand
speaking
what we're
about the
talking about
B1
now at
term.
this
No,
point.
I'm speaking about the B1 term because
Oh,
these are people we having conversations about the B1 term with other FBA people. So we're not. I'm not talking about arguing with immigrants. That shit over with. That shit dead. Pan Africanism dead. So I'm talking about with other FBA people. So that's why
okay,
we was.
and what are you arguing about with other FBA people in regards to B1? What's the
Well, basically,
dispute?
what you created the space for, to get clarity on it. And like I told you, we wasn't trying to redefine it or anything. We thought it stood for B1, like mean Black American, even Black American first, because we were delineating in our country from everybody,
Yeah,
not
Black
just the people of
America.
color, from Haitians, Africans, to everybody, because we're Black, legally classified as Black. No other group can really say that. They can't go back with their great great grandparents and show that they're Black on documents. We only can do that. So that's what we getting confused here.
Well, even for the ones who can, the issue is they don't have a long-standing history of pushing it, promoting it, carrying the banner, making it a movement, gaining progress under it. So at best, their progress has been shaky. So I do definitely understand that. But certainly, like I say, if you're talking to other folk here, it doesn't mean Black American first. It means Black first because a person can prioritize Black identity. We don't have a monopoly on that. What we do have is primacy. Now, let me say this again. No, we don't have a monopoly. Marcus Garvey was not a foundational Black American. Would anybody challenge his Black identity, his adherence to it? Would anyone, any one of us, dare to challenge it if that man were alive today? Now, the issue
Um,
that we have is, well, no, you could never challenge
See,
Marcus
listen, this what,
Mosiah
but see,
Garvey's.
no,
Sir,
listen, this is the
you
only
could
thing I'm
never
saying. I'm talking
challenge.
about paper or
Okay, sir,
listen. That's all I'm
sir,
talking about.
the
You missing
host
what I'm
is
saying.
speaking. Sir, the host is speaking. I'll let you talk in a moment. No one, Marcus Garvey is not a foundational Black American. No one would challenge his credentials. Nobody could. So the reason why it is valid is, well, yeah, nobody's going to say that they were stronger about it than him. There's none of us who could claim, ooh, he's stronger about it than he was. No, the descendants, now that's a different matter. So in many ways, we are on the same level as Garvey when it comes to understanding Black first. Even though he was not born in America, not a descendant of slave, not a foundational, we have that as kinship. Now, as far as the agenda we're promoting starts here. So, as I say, once again, those are two separate concepts. Understanding your identity as Black first, that applies to anybody anywhere, no matter what their documents say, if they accept it. If they do, we can rock with them. If they don't, ain't nothing else to talk about. As far as now that we've got that settled, now, what is the agenda we're promoting? Oh, foundational. Absolutely. Okay. And everybody else needs to get behind that. Simple as that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't challenge Marcus Garvey do for self or just his empowerment for melanated people. But the only thing I'm saying is, like I brought up earlier, just the documentation. Um, he comes from Jamaica. His lineage comes from Jamaica. His people wasn't reclassified as Black. We were reclassified as Negro, Black, colored over here on paper. So that's the only confusion people really have, and that's where we coming from in Secure the Tribe. So it's not like we're not trying to. We wasn't trying to redefine your term. You explain what it is, cool. But we thought it was Black America first because we were delineating our country from everybody.
Okay.
But
Here's the
that's it.
issue I
That's it.
have. One of the problems we had for a while is semantics. At some point, we get into a situation where the mission stops being progress and the mission becomes semantics, making names, making pronouns. So let me ask you, and maybe you can help me to understand. When it comes now, whatever you're selling, we're buying. Okay. So, whatever point you want to make, Jason Black is rubber stamping it right now. However, you want us to classify ourselves, you all keep using that word delineating yourselves, distinguish yourselves, great, no problem. Whatever you're selling, I'm buying. I'm on it 110%. Now that we got that settled, what do we do next?
The whole mission is to galvanize and get on code, circle our wagons. Isn't that correct? I mean, I thought that was
Okay,
the
but
whole point
okay,
of us
what I'm
delineating.
saying is, yeah, but what I'm saying, there's a whole lot of sweat and shoe leather being made about delineation. All right, you sold me. We're delineated. We got that. Now that that's been settled, what we gonna do?
I get what you coming from, like what we
I
gonna
mean,
do.
I get on.
But listen, because I'm saying that because you like what we gonna do. I mean, we gonna do what we always been doing in this country. That's when we've been at our best as a people. When we've been by ourselves with no other allies, no other infiltrators, nobody cosplaying as us, doing what we need to do. I mean, that's the whole point of delineating, right? Like getting on code and excluding everybody from our problems, our issues. So I don't, our
Okay, well,
situation.
sir, this is more intellectual masturbation. Who's cosplaying us?
So you don't believe that black,
Okay, sir,
I
that's
don't,
the question. You're answering a question with a question. Who is cosplaying us, sir?
melanated immigrants,
Obama.
Okay,
melanated immigrants.
only one person at a time. Do not try to
Oh,
speak. The only person speaking is Booby. If somebody else tries to speak, I will remove you.
right.
Simple as that. Now,
Okay.
Booby, sir, what they're not cosplaying as foundational Black Americans. They're not.
So wait, so let me ask you a question. So you saying that we don't have a distinctive culture? Because culture all
Okay,
shows that.
sir, I never said that. Put the pipe
No, I'm saying,
down.
but no,
I
I'm asking
never
because you
said
said they're
that.
not cosplaying us. They are emulating us. They assimilate to whiteness and emulate blackness. That's what they do when they come over here. They assimilate to whiteness and
No,
emulate
no,
blackness.
sir. No, sir.
Yes, they
They
do. You
try
can look
to,
up the
okay,
definitions. You can look up
sir,
the definitions to them. They do.
sir, what they try to do, because they've been allowed to, is they attempt to piggyback off of our struggle. That's a whole different thing from wanting to be us, cosplay or whatever, because the problem is it would be hard to identify them if they were cosplaying us. It'd be hard. The problem we have is it ain't hard. It's offensive that they are so obviously phony. That's the problem. That's your issue with it, is, by the way, they're so obviously phony. He's trying to convince you he's a sheep and you see these big ass teeth and fangs. You're obviously a wolf. You're not even good imitation sheep. That's the problem that you have, sir. If they were good cosplayers, you wouldn't be triggered about it.
Sir, I'm okay. Listen, I didn't know Cicely Tyson comes from an immigrant background, both parents. I didn't know Sidney Poitier. Like, there's plenty of people that we don't know have immigrant backgrounds. That's why we delineate now because we finding out that these people are getting into our mix and undermining us. So that's why I'm kind of confused on it. I thought we were delineating from everybody and only worried about our ethnic group.
Okay, but
But
sir, there are folks who are foundational and they are just as acidic. So
right,
the
and
real
haven't we been calling our coons out forever? That's what we do over here. The problem is they don't do
Okay,
that in their
sir.
homelands.
Okay, but what you're saying is you're identifying people who, they come from an immigrant background. And what I'm saying is, regardless of where their background comes from, what are they doing? Now, the benefit of being able to differentiate ourselves is because in our fight against white supremacy, we are discussing specific reparations. We are discussing a specific issue. We're discussing a specific problem that we are dealing with. And that problem is exacerbated by individuals who are brought here, allowed to come here and brought here in order to cloudy the waters and muddy the issue. Now, that's a legitimate statement. But even then, I'm telling you, it's at some point here, y'all, you're spending a lot of time turning this into some actor who's dead and gone. And I didn't even know they came from an immigrant background. Some of the stuff that Sidney Poitier was saying, it doesn't matter where his family came from. That was an issue in and of itself. So it doesn't require all of this Magnum PI investigation. We can literally stop the conversation at some of the stuff they were saying, whether it's Clarence Thomas or whether it's Roland Martin. We don't really have to run up the family tree to find out they're off code. Now, it obviously adds a dimension to it if they are not descendants of slaves. Well, it certainly adds a dimension that explains why they're saying what they're saying. So, but you got folk who are foundational, off code as hell. They were just raised in a coon ass family. Then you have people who come from parts of the world where that is their endemic culture. whether that endemic culture is from a family or from a geographic region, it doesn't change how we respond to it. So what I'm saying is do not make, I think it's foolish to dedicate 90% of the energy towards focusing on, okay, let's make that the major issue of it. Once you've identified it, the talk is over. I hear what you're saying, but the problem is you've already kind of debunked that they're not good cosplayers. We recognize all of them now. The whole issue now is they're not hiding. They can't hide anymore. Now that we know, what do you do with them? Well, we're delineating ourselves. Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Delineation is a word, but it's not an action. Well, we're separating ourselves. You're already separated from them. What are you going to do with this separation?
Nah, I understand that. But it's a progress with it. But I mean, I'm not trying to go back and forth with you on that. I understand that because it's a whole process with it after we delineate. But all I'm saying is, with Secure the Tribe, we're just trying to embrace our culture, our heritage. Just like every other group does. That's it. That's honestly what we're doing. The same message you push in Tariq. We want reparations, all that for our people. So it's not. I just want you to know that we wasn't trying to redefine your term. I know a lot of people come up here saying that shit, but that wasn't the case. We just thought it was Black America first because we was delineating in America that the
Well,
whole movement. But
let me
I
find
got
out. Let me
clarification
find
on
out
that.
something here. Let me find out something here from you since I have you here. Do you disagree with the idea that an individual can be Black first minded and not be foundational? Do you agree with that concept? Not people as a group, but that an individual who may not be foundational, like Marcus Garvey, for example, can be Black first minded.
I mean, just to answer, yes, but I just want to explain. Only reason I
Okay,
say
slow
that.
down, slow down, stop, stop, stop. You don't have to explain it. Okay, you believe that they can be. It doesn't require a great big long lecture. You don't have to qualify it. We just understand that in some facet you mean they can be. That's all it is. It doesn't matter in what nuance you mean.
But what I
Well,
mean
yeah,
by that, I'm saying that they can be
what you're
on
saying.
code.
Okay, but sir, you're saying it's possible. You don't
For
have to
them to
fill
be
in.
on code, you can't
Okay,
be.
sir, we're not going to put words in your mouth. The only point we're trying to get to, because time is limited, and I got a couple of dozen people who want to speak. The only thing is, first of all, what do we agree on? That it is possible you can be non-foundational, but be Black first minded. Okay, it's possible. Now, do you also agree that as far as descendants of slaves are concerned, as far as foundational Black Americans are concerned, that we are focusing on our issues as far as how we move politically, socioeconomically, as far as how we're moving, we move on our issues first? Can we agree on that? That that's the understanding that you have?
Yeah, self-preservation.
Right, but that's what I'm asking. I want to make sure that I'm clear. Can we agree that you agree that it's possible for a non-foundation to be Black first minded, just like we are? Okay, that's it's possible. However you want to define possible. That's one. Number two, as far as how we're moving, as far as what we're pushing and promoting, we are starting with our agenda first and foremost. That is at the head of the class. And until that gets resolved, everything else is on the back burner. Is there a dispute about that?
No, it's not.
Okay. Are those my last question for you is, do you see those two concepts that I just presented to you as being in conflict with each other in any way?
Yes, I do. That's why I don't want to elaborate, but it was just real quick. I don't see them. I don't see that they can be one, but I can see them being on code, and that's where we just differentiate. That's where I will agree to disagree with you. I can't see them
Well, I
being
mean,
Black first.
being Black first is on code, sir. That's what it
I mean,
means.
only reason I
Black
say that,
first
sir. Only
simply
reason I'm
means
saying that, sir,
Black
because
first,
we were
sir.
reclassified as Black over here, just us.
Black first simply means on code.
Yes,
That's
but
what it means.
we are the only people that was
Okay, but
reclassified
you're
as
making
Black.
a different. Okay, sir, you just broke. This is what I mean. You guys go start talking in weird circles. That has nothing to do with what you just said. Being Black first means being on code. They don't have to be foundational to be black first and on code. That also doesn't mean that they represent the entirety of the country, nation, or geographic region they come from. It doesn't mean that. I've said this a bunch of times tonight. I hope folks listen here. Every time I talk to one of you guys, I got to repeat this all over again. Another guy here, I'm saying it all over again. As an individual,
No, I
they
understand.
can
I
be
got it.
black first as us. It doesn't require that. But you just broke off again talking about, yeah, but what
No,
it
I'm
is,
saying I
no,
don't look at
sir.
them as black. That's what I don't look at them as black because they wasn't reclassified like us over here. We were reclassified on paper. They wasn't. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Okay, sir, if they demonstrate that they approach the white supremacist system the same as us, are they going to be treated one bit? Is their non FBA status going to protect them?
No, I understand. No, white supremacy is global. I understand
Thank,
it.
okay, well, sir, now that you've said that, I would like you to take some time to reflect on what you just said before that. Because you trying to say, okay, this is how it should apply to them, that's great if you can get the dominant society to honor your specific definition of how they should be seen. Because if they break bad against the dominant society, they're going to get put in the same bucket with all of us. The only question is who recognizes they're already in it with us and who's pretending that they're not. All we need to do is identify them no matter where they came from. That's all we need to do. If they're black first minded, no matter where they came from, and they recognize they're in the same boat with the rest of us, we marching. After that, do they understand what the issue is? If they're on board with us and they recognize that these concepts are not in conflict, they're not. It's really not necessary to. It's really not necessary to put a whole lot more brain power into it than that. But at least think it over for a little bit, replay this conversation you and I have had. I am very confident it's going to click for you. Thank you very much for checking in here. April Showers, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey,
Hold
hey,
on. Went like 3 times.
Okay, April Shower, go ahead and unmute yourself.
hey, Black first. So, just real quick, I think as well, I want to add to the fact that Black Americans are being disrespected by immigrants, right? Like Nino was up here earlier, and he has rooms and stages where he has an immigrant who says that he's B1, but he calls Black American women. He talks about them nasty. He calls them ghetto and hood rats and things of that sort. And Nino never corrects him. That is what we feel is off code, right? That's not B1, right? And they consistently allow this disrespect of Black Americans, and that's why there's been such a
Wait a minute,
stress.
who's allowing? Wait a minute, who's allowing the disrespect to Black Americans? Who is?
Nino, who was on this stage earlier, is one of those main ones. Nino, Afro Elite, they allow people who are not Black American to disrespect other Black Americans, women especially.
Okay, well, let me find out here how, because I've known Nino for a while, so you're going to explain this to me exactly. How is he disrespectful, ma'am?
He literally allows immigrants to say disrespectful things because we may not agree on the discussion at the moment. He'll call women bedwenches that aren't even married to white men. Right? It's just something that
Okay, well,
is
wait
very
a minute, slow down,
disrespectful.
slow down. I know Nino.
Yeah,
Nino's not going to just speak out of turn. So if he says something, there's
he
substantiation. It was go
he,
slow down. If he says something, there's substantiation behind it.
he was
So let me
talking about
ask.
a Black woman's
Okay,
children.
ma'am, slow down. Okay, I've asked you several times. I'm hosting. I'm trying to say something. People cannot hear both of us. I know Nino. I've known this brother's been following me for years. So this isn't just somebody who just showed up one day. So for you to make that specific accusation, there's got to be substantiation behind it. So let me find out here. When you say he's calling, I mean, foundational Black Americans, you say he's calling them bedwenches even if they're not married to a white man?
Correct, and he's talked
Okay,
about their
okay,
children. He's talked about
okay,
Black American
okay.
women's
I got,
children.
okay, slow down. It's just a yes or no for a moment. You're saying that he's talking about Black women are bedwenches even if they're not married to a white man. Okay, are you married to a white man?
Absolutely not. I've never been with
Okay.
a white man.
That's strange because I see a tweet from you in January 2014 of "I'ma probably marry me a white man." Sigh. Is that somebody else?
All 6 of my children are from my Black American husband.
Okay,
So
but is
no,
is that somebody else?
no, that is my tweet
Okay, then understand something. You are suspect.
in 2022. I will allow.
Man,
I will allow
oh
that.
yes, ma'am. Oh, you
Hey,
damn right. Yes, ma'am. You
hey,
damn right you are. Now
hey.
let me
We could,
explain
we
to
could,
you
we could
why.
run with that in
Ma'am,
2022. Nino is
I'm gonna
disrespecting
mute
Black
you if
American women and
ma'am,
their
if you talk
children.
over the host, I'm gonna mute you. So I would suggest you stop. You can stop yourself or I'll stop you. Now, just in case you were not aware, let's be very, very clear about the rules here. Now, as black folk here, we have something of a growing tent, but we don't have a big tent philosophy. And you damn right, we check the paperwork. So welcome to the new day. We check the paperwork. And what people are letting you know is your paperwork came back dirty on the yard. So think about this like a prison. When you show up at the prison, paperwork check. We checked your paperwork. Your paperwork came back dirty as hell. So what that
No, one
means
tweet
is
is not
you
that.
are going, okay, ma'am, you've been told to be quiet. What that means is that you are going to have to work to convince the rest of us that you are no longer a snitch so that you can get out of protective housing. You're
Been
going
there,
to have to
done that.
convince the rest of us.
I've been there,
That's
done
what you're
that.
going to have to do.
I've
Ma'am,
been there,
you
done that.
ain't did it enough. You
Yeah,
have
that's
not done,
2004.
ma'am,
Yes, I
you
have.
got a ways. Okay, well, you got a ways to go. We'll let you know when your paperwork is good on the yard. But at this point right now, yes, every time that comes up, you're going to have to put in work to show that. You know why?
I do
Because you
that
were
every
off
day.
code as hell. That's why that happened, ma'am. You were off code as hell, and now you got to toe the line. And
You
that's
know,
going to
my
be what it's going to be.
my one tweet in 13 years, and I'm
Ma'am,
sure
that
it was
one tweet
context.
came from a
However,
very
my
bad
day to
place,
day life,
ma'am.
no, my day to
That
day
one
life are
tweet
my
came from
works.
a very
My
bad
day to day
place.
life are my works, are my work product, my boots on the ground, my work in my community, my actual birth to all of my Black American children are my work product. I have thousands of work products. I've had millions of tweets. One tweet out of context where nobody knows
Okay.
what happened in 2014 because it
I
has
do not
never. No,
understand
we're not going
why
to do
that is
that.
happening.
Not when.
Okay. I don't know why it was not letting me mute her. I told it to remove her from speaker, and for some reason, it is not doing that. So, Eve, if you can remove her from speaking, that'd be fine. Uh, to be totally honest here, let's just be very, very clear about that. For those of you who think we ain't checking paperwork, we checking paperwork. We checking paperwork. It is what it is. Didn't ask you about that. So for those of you who think you're gonna come sneak, I know a lot of y'all think I'm not very informed. I want y'all to understand, folks are dropping me messages the whole time here. Everybody who, if you think you're gonna sneak up into this Twitter space and be like, well, Jason's never listened to us before, let me tell you, I got eyes everywhere. We got eyes all on you. So for those of you who think you've been saying little grimy things on Twitter space and you're going to pop up here tonight and Jason won't be aware, don't y'all know my people are keeping me up to speed? Don't y'all know they holding it down? So you're not going to sneak anything in here. You're not going to do that. So I would just recommend that you don't try coming fake. Booby, you were talking before about folk cosplaying. I just showed you how we deal with it. I don't know any other way to explain it to you. Viral, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, Viral, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, you have the room muted. Okay.
I'm sorry, I had to hit. I've got to hit the button there, but go ahead.
It's interesting because Malcolm X was half Grenadian and half Freedman, and he was always B1, and no one has ever questioned that. So it's just interesting hearing all the perspectives on stage tonight. I'm definitely B1, and I've always been before I even heard of you. Today's my first time hearing of you, so it's really good to hear you reset the term in the room because it definitely makes me feel confident in how I've represented being B1. My one of my parents is Freedman, my other parent is Jamaican, and I've been in spaces with some of these people where they've tried to tell me that I can't be B1 because of that. And April just said it. And so I was gonna ask you that question, but then I felt like you answered it already. So
No, you can't be foundational. That you can't be. But you can certainly be black first, but that's going to be up to you. Now, by the same token, black first doesn't mean you sit up here and say, "Hey everybody, I'm black first, everything's cool." April just showed you all, by the way, we run the paperwork. And the issue we have is, unfortunately, we ran a blanket paperwork check on Jamaica, and all Jamaica's paperwork came back dirty. So we just had so much of a problem that Jamaica as a whole, we had to put Jamaica on the no-fly list. Everybody's paperwork just kept coming back dirty, so it degenerated to a point where we're just like, oh hell no, just everybody's on the no-fly list. We take them on a first come first serve basis, and
absolutely.
understand it's not from a position of hate or nothing. You understand that it's a situation now where everybody's false flagging. Everybody's false flagging. Everybody is, as long as they think they can get it, as long as they think we're not watching, they're false flagging. So we got to exercise due diligence. What I don't want it to be is a situation where people are sitting up here saying, where folk are using it in childish ways. The fellows who ain't getting enough female attention, this isn't something for you to use for that. If you got issues like that, this isn't the thing for that. Understand it runs along two lines. We can be black first. We can be in unison about being black first with any black person on this planet. That's never in dispute. That's never an issue. If they see it the same way we see it, everything's good. As far as the agenda that we're promoting and whose business we're going to take care of, first and foremost, that's going to be here. It's gotta be here. We've done took care of everybody else to the point that it's become abusive. What we're saying is we need to get ourselves in order because we've been exploited, unfortunately, by the people we were trying to help.
Exactly.
Now, I don't want you letting somebody else whack you over the head with that. For those of you, and you know where you stand on these things, I'm going to recommend that you block out the chatter and the black and the white noise. I'm going to recommend you do that. Don't have it be something you go round and round about, because here's the real thing. I don't believe in going round and round with people who don't have the ability to empower me, because the lesson I've tried to teach you all over the last 20 years is to make sure that you're good, make sure that you're empowered, make sure that you're capable, and not worry about people liking you. Make sure that you are respected, not liked. Because somebody might like you at 8 a.m. and hate your damn guts by 8:30. You can't depend on somebody liking you. What you need to depend on is them respecting you. So, because that way, whether they like you or whether they hate you, they can't hurt you. Now, there's the priority is, okay, whether they like me or not, let me make sure they can't hurt me. And somebody's opinion of you, whether it's high or low, if that person is in a position to do something for you, then okay, you might want to take their opinion a little more seriously. Some person on the internet trying to tell you about where you stand, and they don't have any justification beyond, hey, somebody popularized something and they see how they can use it. I would just recommend that you go in a different direction with that. I would recommend you go in a different direction. I wouldn't pay that a whole lot of attention there.
No, absolutely. And the reason why I am foundational is because I don't really have that much connection to my other lineage. I grew up listening to sharecropping stories. I grew up hearing about my grandparents in South Carolina and Alabama. And that's what I represent. And the freedom train rides through here first. And so I'm really happy that you're resetting the definition, because I think it's important. I think it is true that there's a lot of Twitter spaces going in circles about things that don't matter. And to just answer the question that you asked, I think it was Booby last, you asked him, what do you do after delineation? And he said, we just keep the culture alive. But what he should have said was reparations, because after you delineate and you make sure people understand that you're black first, then you make sure people understand that the freedom train rides through here. I think that's the best way to explain it. And now it's time for reparations. And those other people who may be black first, but they are not foundational black Americans, they're not getting reparations. They people
Well, I
didn't.
want you to understand what the issue there is, though. When I ask somebody, okay, now that we've gotten the ideological part out of the way, what are we going to do about it? The next thing I want to hear is it an action or is it some vague generality that's open to interpretation that doesn't actually mean anything? We gonna keep the culture alive. That's not an action. That's a position. That's not an action. What are we, now that we all agree, what are we going to do? And my problem is, I don't want these young fellas out here to start getting addicted to the idea of discussing these things ad infinitum and never moving on to, okay, we're done talking, what we gonna do? Because you can sit here and hold Bible study every week. The issue is, what are you going to do? I've gotten out here and hit the streets. I've shown up at political events. Shout out Congressman Jim Bojangles Clyburn. I'm one of his favorite people now. Roland Martin's not talking about me because I'm doing nothing. I've bailed out people from jail who gone toe to toe against white supremacist race soldiers. I put in the work for that in that regard. That's doing something. Now that we agree, you can do something. You can join me with that. You can support me with that. But these other folk who, for them, fighting white supremacy is hosting a Twitter space and talking about it. There's where the issue comes in. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. I got a couple of dozen people waiting to speak here. I know some of y'all been waiting for a while. I'm going to try to run through as many of you as I can because I've been on here for a minute. I didn't think I was going to be here this long. It's amazing what happens when I can actually see how many people are talking to me. It's amazing what can happen. Um, Let me go ahead. I'm going to run through these very, very quickly. So, folks, please keep your comments. I know you've been waiting for a minute, but I got dozens of people waiting to speak. So please keep your comments brief. I know it seems kind of janky, but keep your comments brief. Let me get Montana. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
What's going on? Shout out to the space and all the family in the room. I think the problem is really what's going on is you got these group of individuals that's running around trying to cause dissension. You know what I'm saying? Because you can look on anybody in the tribe space. We don't even use B1 for real when we talking about delineation or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? And they bringing all this information, all this negative rooms and spaces trying to throw dissension. Now, when you talk about what comes after delineation, it comes business aggregation. We can't talk about the black dollar and the black community not circulating and not speak on remittances and $150 billion that's going around the country building up other people's countries. You can't be black first if you're not gonna be coming in. We've been buying black forever. We've been buying shea butter, going and supporting the Jamaican restaurants, and y'all take that money, y'all send that somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? You don't put it back in the community. That's what we're talking about. The problem is it has nothing to do with anybody not support. If you supporting the black interest in the black community, you on code. If not, you off code, and everything else just happens to seem like the people who don't have the lineage here don't have the interest of the people who do have the lineage here. That's been the conversation. Other than that, I feel like it's real disingenuous because these people are running to you with the spaces that they want to be in, which are these conversations, but they're not telling you about all the spaces that we've been doing with the Save Mason campaign. They got that going. All the debate Marcel spaces that we've been hosting with the grassroots of really pushing and getting Marcel's campaign going so that he can get his clout up enough so that you can see it, so that you can have him on his space and continue to run his campaign. They're not talking about all the spaces that we do with the book readings from here to equality. When they talk about the book readings that we do
Okay,
for
well,
medical
I would love to
apartheid,
let you go on
all
for
that.
a lot
You know what I'm
longer,
saying?
but
So
I think we get the idea. Thank you very much for weighing in here. Folks, like I say, I want to try to get everybody that I can here, but please keep it kind of brief for me here. Nikki, you can go ahead. What was that? Nikki the God, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, TBA. I just wanted to let you know that I've been supporting you guys for about 6 years,
I
five and a
know.
half, 6 years, and I love you to pieces. And I just wanted to thank you so much for everything you've taught me. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate you weighing in, sister. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let's go ahead and get Sage. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Brother Black Sage from Brooklyn. Seems every other week I speak to you now. Just want to say thank you for taking the time and explaining to the young brothers about exactly what B1 meant. And please, again, if you could, like I said, continue to hold, I know you will, but continue to hold your spaces, continue to do that, continue to give the knowledge, and thank you for taking the time once again. Again, shout out to Marcel, man.
All right, definitely shout out to Marcel. He's doing big things, and like I say, definitely support somebody who's actually speaking on what we're saying here. Black majority, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, wow. So yeah, I got a question and then I got a quick comment.
Okay, keep it brief, brother. I got 24 people on here, so everybody keep it to 15 seconds or less. We got a bunch of people and they've been waiting a long time. So I gotta wrap things up as quick as I
You
can.
know what? I'll just pass it on because 15 seconds ain't gonna do it for me.
All right, thank you very much here. Salusu, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. This thing is moving slow for some reason.
Salisu, are you there?
Salisu. Yeah, Salisu, you can unmute yourself.
3 seconds, Salisu.
Okay. Salisu, no, 2 seconds. Time's up. Black pragmatist, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh yeah, I just want to say thank you, Jason, for having this space and clearing what the B1 term means, and I appreciate the work you do. You and the New Black Media, Professor Black Truth, Tariq Nasheed, y'all the big three, and thank you for having this space. That's all I got to say.
All right, appreciate you for weighing in on that, brother. Ian Burrow, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Last try,
Ian.
Ian. Bye,
Okay,
Ian.
Ian is not paying attention. The hard black truth, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, what up, B1? This is Ottoman out of Bishopville, Jason.
All right,
Hey,
Adamir, what's on your mind?
hey, none, bro. Listen, I appreciate you hosting the space, and I'm glad you got some straightening on it, man. I ain't got nothing but love for everybody up in the room, man. All I see is family. That include the tribe, man. But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna continue to be black first. I've always gone off of that. I do agree. They got a point when they say, it's mostly the folks out here that's representing blackness. But black first. I'm gonna leave it at that, man. Appreciate the space.
Well, definitely. I mean, we know who's representing, we know who's doing that and whatnot, and those are two concurrent things. You can be black first, sure. Where's our priority going to go? We gotta take care of our business. Michael Calvin, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason, just want to say B1 to the fam. Just wanted to thank you for everything that you do and keep up the good work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Terrell Lewis. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
I didn't have my hand up. I didn't touch the mic, but thank you for holding the space. And I love you. And I'm glad you're here to clear things up for us. Good night.
All right, thank you very much for weighing in on that. Ryan Glenn, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason. First and foremost, I would like to give you your flowers. Second of all, I would like to say it's very ironic that you chose this topic today because I'm a journalist and I'm not saying that for any clout. But the last article I wrote was titled, What is a Black Agenda? And in it, I said some of the same things that you're saying here today. And the only reason I say that is because being B1 is how you solve what you call the Byzantine general's problem. And is how you replicate a Tariq or a Jason Black here in America, Africa, or the Caribbean. And with that, I yield.
All right, thank you very much here. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get somebody, ma'am, you got a flower and a rose, whoever that is there. Stardust.
Sorry. My name is Mahogany. I'm from Augusta. I want to say thank you and thank you for um, bringing up this topic because a lot of us, we get into talking circles because it's honestly, what we're raised on in their recipes for failure. We're getting so close with the reparations movement. We're hitting Congress hard. These politicians are noticing. We got Marcel behind us. And I mean, in front of us, he's representing well. We don't need circular conversations about nonsense. We see instances in Jamaica where they burned down the hotel because the whites and the Chinese weren't letting the black people in. That's an example of B1 outside of the United States. It's just that simple. If you're black first, you're on code. But for the foundationals like myself, like most of the people in this group, we're going to look out for our best interests and we're going to keep pushing reparations forward. Thank you for letting me on, and y'all have a good night.
Well, certainly, I can approve some actions in the periphery and the abstract. I will say for places like Jamaica and the Bahamas and whatnot. More important than how they're dealing with these outsiders, that certainly needs to be dealt with. It's how they deal with themselves. The problem with a lot of the immigrant cultures, and I'm going to say this, and this will sound untactful to a lot of people, but the bottom line is the problem that we have is unfortunately they tend to come from backstabbing cultures. And that's just the bottom line. They have cultures where backstabbing isn't just tolerated. I mean, it's rewarded, it's applauded, it gets trophies. You know, it's just get it how you live and all this stuff. And there's the real reason. How do you get on code with somebody who comes from a backstabbing culture? You know, I, I've been getting messages here from that April Showers. I've been seeing messages she was posting all the way back talking about Zimmerman and stuff like that. And like I say, folk who have histories of doing things like that, it's like, oh no, you're always going to be under the microscope. You're always going to be under the microscope. And we got to keep it that way. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Dave Jackson. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hey brother, how you doing?
All right, what's on your mind?
What I'm saying, if the B1 is based in the code, you got to be on code against white supremacy, right? There are folks everywhere in the world. There are black folks everywhere in the world that are against white supremacy. I mean, you had the black consciousness movement of Azania. I mean, you know, the Rastas are black first, for instance, right? So what I'm saying is, as long as we have the white supremacy, being on code against white supremacy, if that's primary, then we don't need. Obviously, every nation is going to put their own interests first. When Mandela came here, he said it was certain questions he wasn't going to speak on because that's a domestic issue and he's not from here, so he can't speak on things about this organization or that organization in the US. So
Right, but I will take issue with that though. You say every nation is going to put itself first. Well, yeah, I kind of agree with that. But when I see a nation that is a nation, not a state within a majority white nation, you have a whole nation that's 95% black, and the white folk are coming in as tourists. And they're not even living there. They're tourists or they're expats, and they run the damn yard. No, sir, I would actually disagree and dispute you on that to say that they put their own interests first. The
I'm
problem
I'm
we
I'm,
have is
I'm not
as a
I'm not
nation, they're not
disputing you.
putting their interests first.
Well, I'm not disputing you there. I mean, they should put their own interests in their own people, but we always have Uncle Toms that are not.
Yeah, but here's the difference. There's a difference between some Uncle Toms and where an Uncle Tom is the law of the land and is the culture of the people. That's the issue we've been having. And then they come here, and lo and behold, surprise, surprise, they start springing the same behavior on us. So that backstabbing culture that they have, that's the thing that is most dangerous for
Uh,
us. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Um, Adonis, oh boy. All right, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason. So, great discussion today. You definitely cleared this up. But the problem I have is with people like Secure the Tribe, with bed wenches like Cherie and April that have whole families by white men, try to qualify people as being black when you have your paperwork back to the 1600s and you've been black since the day you entered this earth, trying to qualify people as being black. So, thank you so much for clearing that up. And fuck KD.
Okay, you and Katie are beefing. All right, well.
Adonis has a whole whip. He posted a whole
Okay.
whip. Adonis is that's not fair. That's not
Okay.
fair.
Well, Adonis, like I say, him and KD are beefing. KD, you better watch out now. Don't let Adonis catch you nowhere, because you don't want to hear what's gonna happen. Don't say what? Okay, Law, go ahead and unmute yourself. Law asked to speak. Now he doesn't want to say anything.
Last chance, Law.
Okay.
All
The
right, he's
last
gone.
chance is over. Tell the truth. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Evening. You may recall me as Triple T out of Chicago. What I perceive with the issue, and I appreciate that you open the space and clarifying, I see a lot of immaturity because folks who understand what the purpose of being here, being B1. Don't get confused with who they are and what the mission is. Folks who are B1 and about reparations, they don't get that confused. But if you're immature, you get it confused. You place one ahead of the other and somehow start spitting at other people before you even can qualify whether or not if they're for you or against you. You
I
just
mean, well, look,
up in your
there's a lot
feelings.
of young cats, and I get it. There's a lot of young cats. They're on Twitter. They bull jiving around in between posting about, the latest, rumors about, you know, Ciara and whoever in the hell she landed up with lately, and Laurie Harvey. In between that, they jump off and do something else. So I get it. A lot of the times it's a bunch of young cats. What I'm saying is they don't have a lot of opportunity really to be that immature, but they need to grow up pretty damn quick. The issue I have is with some of these older people. And I'm like, okay, nigga, you 40, 50 years old and you're still sitting up here talking in semantics and circles. We don't have time for that. We don't have the luxury of some of these older cats doing that. Truth be told, with these younger fellas, that's what I'm saying, that type of intellectual masturbation where they can get into semantics. And that's what the older guys are portraying them, because you get some older dudes, they're unaccomplished, they haven't done anything, and they'll sit around and nurture these fellas to get them to talk in circles. And then when I sit up here and just say a simple question, okay, whatever you're selling, I'm buying. Now, what is the next action we're going to take? And then you realize they've been sitting around talking and talking and talking, but there was never the intent that there would actually be any type of action. That's the
Absolutely.
problem. Thank you very much for weighing in here. If you've already spoken, I'm just going to tell you right now, put your hand down. So, Shantae, Phoenix, you already spoken here. I didn't want to call you out, but your hands are still up. I'm only going to get the people who have not spoken. So I wasn't being facetious. Nurse Nikki, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jason. My name is Nikki. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I want to thank you so much for just keeping your coverage going on Buffalo. I lost a cousin in the massacre, Catherine Massey, and you've been keeping me going, just keeping Buffalo on the map. A lot of my friends also lost people, and we see you. We thank you. We love you. Thank you so much, Jason.
Thank you for weighing in with that here tonight. And like I say, folks thought I was going to let it on the back burner and found out the hard way. It's like, no, we're still on the job about that. G. Stinson, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening. Y'all can hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
cool. Yeah.
What's on your mind?
Hey, I appreciate you having a conversation tonight. I just want to retouch on some things. You spoke earlier about the reciprocity between other black people around the world. And you gave the example for the, as far as when they started to rise up, like, in Africa and stuff, we had their back, and people in the UK had their back as far as black people are concerned. But we don't get that same reciprocity here in the States to a certain degree. Yeah, there may be some people who come here, from different countries in Africa who are be first, but there are instances where we have conversations with these people and they want to have a right to our claim when we're talking about whether a person is FBA or not. And so I think there needs to be some more conversations had to where we can clear this up too. And that way everyone, because the ultimate goal that we want to have out of these conversations, that we can all get on one accord and get our claim processed, that we have.
Well, certainly identifying as black first, that's a given, or at least it should be a given. But the next step was, how do you execute that? Well, we execute that here at home, and folks are going to have to understand the reason why that has occurred is because the reciprocity wasn't there previously. So while it would have been wonderful to practice it as originally envisioned with Pan-Africanism, we're instead going to have to now shift to on codeism. And on codeism is on a case by case basis. We can work with certain folk as a group. We got to start here. Thank you very much for weighing in on that. Mark from the soil, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hey, I'm foundational Black Americans, man. I always thought that B1, I always thought B1 was Black America, man. That's it. You got Adonis out here, whole white men talking about they B1 FBA, man. Listen, man, that's
Well,
crazy to
he
me. That's
he
co-op.
claims he's something else. But sir, what I will say is I'm not really sure how you could have come to that conclusion when I created that term 20 years ago and never interjected the hyphen of American.
Well, you got white men talking about they B1 though. That's what I'm trying
Okay,
to say.
but sir, let me try this again. I'm asking you, how did you come to the conclusion that that was, I thought it meant Black American. When did you ever hear me hyphenate Black with Black American?
I never heard you. I heard my uncles.
Okay, well, I'm
Okay,
the
yeah,
guy.
I refer to my
I'm the
uncles and my
guy.
ancestors.
Okay, well, I'm the guy that they got it from. I never hyphenated it with an American. You've never seen it executed with an American. So that's more of a recent thing that people are kind of trying to piggyback on it. But I never hyphenated it with an American.
No,
That's why.
Khalil Muhammad has, and Khalil Muhammad's been around before I heard you even use anything of it.
Sir, I'm not even going to go there on that regard. What I am going to say is your usage of it in the modern era, you got that from me. And I never hyphenated it. Never.
Unapologetic, man. Unapologetic. I think you're wrong, bro. That's it.
Okay. Well, sir, I'm sure you think a lot of things. Like I say, they hang out with their uncles at the fish fry, and I get it. But yeah, because what you're saying doesn't make sense. The real issue there is, by the way, what you're saying doesn't actually make any sense. It makes perfect sense with a bunch of dudes sitting around talking in circles. But as far as something you can actually live by and execute that makes logical, rational sense, what you're doing doesn't do that. So that's what I'm saying. They have a lot of growing up to do. And some of them are way too old to have this much growing up to do. But what you're doing isn't actually something practical. It's something that you're giving yourself the ability to debate endlessly, but you're not giving yourself the ability to actually do something once you're finished debating. The idea is to never finish debating. The idea is to just keep talking and talking and talking and talk some more. And I'm just saying, yeah, let's do something different. Easy. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
How y'all doing? I just wanted to ask. So, what's the actual definition of B1?
Okay. Go back and listen to this Twitter space again, sir. Anybody who's showing up now asking what is it, we covered that hours ago. So Melrose, Melrose Radio, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace, Jason. This is Mike from the Bronx. Am I coming through loud and clear?
Mike from the Bronx, loud and clear. What's on your mind?
Peace, family. B1. I just want to say thanks for holding this space. It's been interesting listening to it. But I want to take this time to salute Marcel for all the work he's been doing and for the fact that he's not scared to be in these spaces with us, be it on Twitter, be it on YouTube, or be it in the street. The rest of these politicians and so-called activists, they wouldn't even touch anything like this. They don't come around. They don't come around unless the Democrats tell them to come around.
Well, I certainly agree with that, and thank you very much for checking in here. And Marcel's doing good work. We appreciate that. For my callers here tonight, please stay on topic. So I know Marcel's running for office. I support what he's doing. Absolutely. I've had him on a bunch of times. He's that dude. For tonight's program, folks, I need you to stay on topic. I got, I'm trying to get these numbers down here. So let's stay on topic here tonight. Melek, oh boy.
Peace to the tribe, peace to the family. How you doing?
Why did he separate that? Melek Zadek. All right. I was trying to figure out the last. I had to wait for your name to come up so I could read it all. All right, Melek Zadek, and what's on your mind?
Peace to you, Black Authority. Actually, I found you a few days ago, and I'm glad to know that you're the one who coined the term. I wanted to speak on some things I heard earlier regarding that politician, Michael, who came up. I want to talk about how dangerous it is for people in these spaces and amongst our conversations who do put those, honestly, anything before the agenda.
Okay, did Melek Zadek get...
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, am I loud and clear? Am I coming through loud and clear?
Okay, I hear you now.
All right, sounds good. I've got a grandfather clock in the background. The politicians who come in here with these agendas that come before Black agenda and before Black liberation and anything else that we're doing are so dangerous to our cause. Anybody who's a politician who, even if they do look like us, they're very, very dangerous. I also wanted to shout you out again, Black Authority, just because being new to the term B1 and the idea of B1 being put out like this, I'm also not new to being Black first. I'm actually somebody who's been Black first all my life. I'll say, to land my plane, a cohesive ideology is what forms a group. So I know that this isn't necessarily a incorporation, and it's not a organized group with a code of I want to say like a mission statement and that type of thing. We are a collective, and I just wanted to shout everybody out who actually is on code, and to continue to rebuke the rebuttal. I'm sorry, rebuke the rhetoric, and start to move towards action items that are actually going to push us forward. So again, thank you for
Thank
the
you very
space.
much for checking in with us here. And it's good to have politicians like that call in. It's good because I want you all to hear how you're supposed to address that. You all saw I got right to the point, and I want you to see how to get straight to it. And when they try to use the trick bag language, I wanted to show you this is how you deal with it. So I don't have any problem with them showing up. I don't have any problem with any political figure of any race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, ideology. All of them are welcome to. I want you all to see that. Because, by the way, I don't care what color the politician is as long as he's promoting our agenda. Absolutely. He can promote our agenda. He damn sure can. That's the only reason you vote for somebody is because they promote your agenda. That's the only reason you pull a lever for them. So if they want our vote, oh, absolutely. Do I have to be black to get your vote? Of course not. You have to promote the black agenda. You don't have to be black to promote the black agenda. Absolutely not. If you can do that, sure, we'll take the application. We sure will. The answer. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
How you doing? Peace, God. Hebrew Israelite here. First, I believe we need to get back to knowing who we are as a people, first of all. Second of all, I want to know what people are doing in this age where the dollar is dying. Are they looking to diversify into precious metals? And what are we going to do as a collective unit? Instead of just sitting.
Black Press. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Piece of the black family in the room. Real quick, Jason, I want to ask you, how would you, from your point of vantage, how would you deconstruct a person who is FBA and represents B1 and a B1 agenda, and they are in a interracial marriage? And I'll land my plane.
Here's the thing. You ain't got to sleep with them. That's the bottom line. You ain't got to sleep with them. So keep that in mind. Yeah, you're going to have folks out here. And like I say, I mean, they might have some complications where that's going on. Because the real issue is, as Brother Neely Fuller said, they hop into bed. These folks here who make that a priority, they hop into bed and then they jump out confused. So they might be dating a white woman. She gets out the bed and then goes to work empowering white society. He hops out the bed talking like Charles Barkley and Jason Whitlock. So if you want to know why it's an issue, well, that's why it's an issue. So once again, it just goes back to the same thing. Look, you got to have boundaries with people. And this is not about us sitting up here. Remember what I said before, this is not about getting liked by everybody and being chummy with everybody. That's not life. That's not life. Are they carrying the same agenda or is it something else? Now, what they're doing at home, that might be something that you personally disagree with, especially if they're doing it for bad motives, which is the issue that we keep running into. Interracial relationships are used by most black folk who do that. It comes from a very unhealthy place. It comes from a very self-hating place. So if you encounter that kind of thing, that's something for you to keep in mind. Just recognize the limit and the extent to which you can deal with somebody. Recognize what those limits are. The things you can agree on and y'all can deal with, as always, you do that. You always do that. The things that you can't agree with or deal with, understand where your boundaries are. Don't you get confused about that. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. NFT Monster, go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not understanding how B1 can be implemented outside of the U.S., specifically when we think of a place like Africa, where it would be
We're not
suicidal.
implementing it. We're not implementing it outside the U.S., sir.
Well, my point. Okay. Well, then what's the point of B1 being a universal tool?
Okay, because sir, a person can have a black first ideology. They don't have to be black American foundational.
I
You
wasn't
can come
saying
from.
that. You cut me off.
Okay,
I wasn't saying
sir,
that.
You can come from anywhere and have a black first ideology.
So that's come. So that would mean they could implement it here in the states. Because my question is, you're saying B1 would come before someone's tribe in Africa. We know that's suicidal. That wouldn't
Okay,
fly. That
sir,
would not fly in Africa.
there are a number of people who I know personally who they have put that aside and have
On the
adopted black
continent or once
first.
they get here? That's just my question. That's why
Both.
I feel like it can only.
Okay,
Well, that's
sir,
anecdotal, but that's
sir,
cool. That's cool.
sir. Okay. You either you're late or whatever. I don't know.
Now I've
You
been
need to
in
go
here for a
listen.
while,
Okay, then I already
and I
addressed.
know.
Then, sir, I already
Okay, go ahead.
addressed all of this. But
No,
you're
you didn't.
talking as
No
if
one
I
asked that
didn't.
question. You
Sir,
knowing that
what you're saying is as a group or as an individual. You
I
just
said
said
even as an
anecdotal.
individual. I
Okay,
said
sir,
like
do not
in
talk over the
Africa.
host, sir.
Okay,
I have
I
already
want to just.
explained
Okay,
when
go ahead.
you say anecdotal, you mean this is going to go right over your head here. Get a dictionary. When you say anecdotal, you mean individual experience. I
From
already
yours,
covered
yes.
this, sir. No, I'm pointing out people as individuals. I already covered that as individuals. We haven't had a lot of trouble finding an individual here and an individual there from the continent who are compatible with us for a black first ideology. The problem is when you try to parlay that and say that that individual represents a group. I said it multiple times, and I guess the Barney kids don't get it. I keep saying, no, you can't transplant it over there because where they come from, that's not representative of their group. You can only find an individual here and an individual there. So I pointed that out before. You're
Okay,
just
so it's not a
late.
collective.
Folks, this is the problem with Twitter Spaces where the little kids get together and they just talk in circles forever and ever and ever and ever. So even when we show up, I literally explained this hours ago to multiple people, and they're still saying it. Well, that's anecdotal. Yes, sir. That's an individual. Well, what about the rest of them? Yeah, that's the group. The anecdotal individual does not represent the group. Oh, well, nobody said that before. Sir, it's been a bunch of you nitwits who said that. And this is why y'all spaces are so banal and useless. You just talk in endless circles all damn night. Somebody get them a mimosa. Ray UV light. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Yes, ray of light. So I got a question for you, Jason. Was Malcolm X B1? And I'm asking that for a reason.
Of course.
The reason why I asked that is before everyone woke up, um, at different levels, a lot of us were off code. Malcolm X was very off code before he woke up. Whether you talk about the pimping, the selling dope, crime
The
life,
white women, you left that out.
the white women. The reason why I say that
Yeah,
is,
you left it out.
and the reason why I say that is, you
Get to your
brought
point.
you brought up a tweet from 2014 from April Showers. She's been on code. That's old. And
Okay, sir. Okay, then let
let
me
me finish.
address that because, sir, time is short. Let me go ahead and address that. Malcolm X was dealing with people criticizing him about his criminal past, about the white women. He was dealing with that till the day he died, sir.
Okay, but he was
And
still
he never, excuse me, he was dealing with that and answering objections about that till the day he died, and he never broke code. Decisions and actions have consequences. Now, you either choose to carry those and deal with those, or you don't. However, and let's be very clear, Malcolm was dealing with that until the day he died, and he was exemplary as a black man. He was exemplary, but he still had to contend with that till the day he died. That didn't change.
I get that, but I'm saying for people, and a lot of them are B1 that, and they try to use that against another sister named Cherie, who had a husband that was white at one time. Now she is very for her people, and the brother and Adonis who mentioned
Okay, but if
TBA,
they did it once, they could do it again.
not if they're on code
Okay,
now.
sir, that makes no sense. If a person does something once, they whatever rationale they use to justify it the first time, they can do it again, sir.
But I'm saying you're being hypocritical if you say Malcolm X was on code and you're saying
Sir, it would be hypocritical if I said that Malcolm couldn't backslide. I never said that, sir. You need to look up, you guys need to get dictionaries and look these words up. You're using words that you all don't know what they mean. Anecdotal, hypocritical. You all using words completely out of context with no knowledge of what they mean, sir.
well
That word means something.
I get that, but I'm just saying that
No,
that's
no, clearly you don't, but
no,
okay.
I do. I'm just letting you know that that's hypocritical. Now let's move to one more
Sir,
point.
it's hypocritical if I said that Malcolm was backsliding. That would be hypocritical.
Are they backsliding?
I'm saying they bear watching.
Okay, let me get to the next point. And I,
Excuse me. Let me try that one more time. I said they bear watching.
well, everybody's bear watching. Anybody could flip it,
Okay, but in
correct?
their case, they took it to a treasonous level that the rest of us don't generally go to, sir.
So did Malcolm X. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, let me find out here first. During Malcolm's worst days, a dope dealing and white woman carousing, was he out there in the streets speaking against black folk and talking about how great white supremacy was?
There was no social media then, brother.
Okay, but okay,
I would
so
absolutely
once again,
say
now you're comparing apples to oranges, then, sir.
no.
So
Actually, you
we're
are.
talking about something specific.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. You can't even compare that to now, and
You no, you can't compare those
you
two.
can't compare making a tweet to actually sleeping with white women, which is what April did. She said a tweet, right? I'm just saying to go back
Are
to
you really trying to do cape for this man? Are you really trying to
no,
cape
but
for
this
this?
is what I'm saying. That's why I say the code is the leader, because when you notice off code behavior, it doesn't matter who does it, and that includes you, my brother. That includes you.
Sir, this is cape. You're caping for that. And I'm just like, dude, is this really the hill you want to die on? Is
I'm
this really the one you want to die on?
This is what I'm saying. When it comes to Black Americans, no matter who it is, men or women, I stand on defending them, male or female. I look, if they fight for our people, I am for them.
Okay,
Unapologetic.
and if something like this occurs where somebody is like, "Hey, you ain't said something that I just disagree with. This is some straight up treasonous stuff here." That person needs to own that and be like, "Okay, that's going to be something that has to be dealt with, and it's probably going to come up again in the future, and it is what it is."
Well, let me tell you how it has come up again. There was a sister, and she was
Okay,
LGBT.
sir,
Let me finish.
we can't go on all night about this.
Okay, well
I think we
let me
got
get
your
to my next
point.
point.
I think we got your point, sir. Folks, decisions have consequences. That is what it is. And if once that occurs, you're going to have to carry that weight. Well, I've been black first minded, absolutely. But there's an issue dangling out there. So guess what? Respect is not given, respect is earned. Some folks, if you have been especially egregious, you're going to have to do more than that. Now, here's the other thing, and I didn't want to say this with him on the phone. How dare you try to compare a couple of folks on Twitter to Malcolm X? Some of you folks are silly on a cosmic level. How in the hell are you going to compare a couple of people from Twitter to Malcolm X? How you gonna do that? Maybe if these young ladies, maybe if they did what Malcolm did, then they would get the type of off the top respect that Malcolm got. Malcolm put in work. He put in for real work, not from coast to coast, but from pole to pole, from hemisphere to hemisphere. Malcolm put in work around the world. That's how he balanced out what he did before we knew who he was. So, no, you can't compare Malcolm X to a couple of folks online who have not done what Malcolm did. Malcolm redeemed himself. He redeemed himself over the course of years. He paid for it with his life. You can't come. This guy's trying to compare these two chicks to Malcolm. Man, look here. I'm opening up the doors. This sound you hear is me opening up the door to the auditorium. Have all these seats. This one over here, that one up there, that one back there. Pick a seat. Matter of fact, pick all of them. Just lay across it. Ty Henney, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, man, what's going on? Appreciate it, man. Peace to the family. I just got a couple questions because I feel like I hear some contradictions. So when it comes to the whole black first, I feel like, black first is kind of problematic. Here's why. I'm a military vet, right? Um, I don't play these games when it comes to fleers and playing both sides. When I talk about black first, I feel like I'm talking about my lineage or my ethnicity. I'm talking about black Americans, me personally. Because why would I align with somebody who is not putting black first? And
Okay,
I know you're
sir,
gonna
you,
say, I
you
know what you're
guys are
gonna
talking.
say. I know what
You
you're gonna
guys are
say.
talking in
Yeah, yeah,
circles,
yeah.
sir.
I hear you.
You're
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
talking in circles.
Listen.
Okay. Folks, we already explained all this to the slow bus kids who keep repeating themselves over and over again. They're just talking in endless circles. And this is why their Twitter spaces are ridiculous. They just talk in circles. They're just all talking in banal, nonsensical circles. Why would I get with somebody if they ain't black first minded? But they are. Yeah, but why would I get with? Okay, so look, if you want to waste your time, go over there and sit with those guys. They'll hit the blunts. They'll talk about the pyramids. They'll discuss cryptocurrencies ad infinitum, or in their cases, ad nauseum. They'll divert into some prison babble, but don't expect a hell of a whole lot to get done. Black Ron 2, go ahead and Black Ron 208, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I'm hoping
Hello?
that's me.
No, Black
Oh,
Ron, Black Ron 208, unmute yourself. No, he heard me say Black Ron 208, and this fella here gonna jump out there. All right, Black Ron 208 has been abducted. Not so sweet Sunni. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Jason. How are you?
Black first, as always. What's on your mind?
Yes. So, when that man Mike came on, I'm so glad I had some time to think about my thoughts in between being able to come up because it's always during conversations like these, for whatever reason, it really just stirs something deep within them. Their true deep-seated hatred and disgust for Black people having anything. Because when he first started off talking, he's talking about, oh, I could do G1 and gay first and this and the third. But you see what the title is. This is not a room for you. You always want to take it upon yourself to come in and try to co-opt our spaces and change the conversation. Then when you started asking him, like you said, very direct questions to the point about reparations for Black people, he got the hour. But no, get off the phone. Why are you here? Why are you
Well,
here? Because
I will tell you right now, I will double down on this. I will always take that call all day, every day. I will take that call all day, every day, because it is important. And the reason for that is, first of all, remember, we're in a white controlled society, and you need to know how you're dealing with the folk who are in power. You're going to have to understand that they're who you work with and who you don't, and why you don't do it. So I'm hoping that people saw that conversation, heard that conversation, and saw how it went so that they can see that's what he did is typical of what is what you're saying. That's typical of what always happens. They always, whether it was the pilgrims, whether it was the Spaniards, whether it was the Brits, they always, whether it's the Christian missionaries, they always come in talking one way. They always come in, present themselves one way. Hey, brother, and I'm down, and this, that, and the other, and let them talk for a few minutes, and you see the turn. Hopefully, my job is to illuminate where the turn happens, not making it complicated. Illuminate where that turn happens so everybody can see, no matter how they present themselves, no matter how they start the conversation. Do you hear the question I asked? And all of a sudden, we start stonewalling and balking and talking in circles, or trying to make it seem like you answered the question, but well, I agree with Marianne Williamson there. It's like, okay, but what are you agreeing with, sir? And see those little tricks that are used, because once you identify behaviors, stop looking for a candidate. Once you identify behaviors, you'll catch that every time. But I got to tell you, whenever they show up, I'm going to take that call all day, every time. I will even go so far as to say, yeah, they do belong here, because the people who have the most ability to disrupt what we're doing, we need to make sure that the spotlight is on them every time. Because this is what happens off Twitter. And I'm going to let you finish your point here in a minute, not so sweet. But this is what happens off Twitter. You meet these guys like Mike off Twitter. You meet him at your job. You meet him at your church. You meet him at the school. You might meet them online. They're your coworkers. You meet this everywhere. And a lot of black folk are very confused because they don't see where the turn happened. Like, for example, I'm not gonna take the brother to task. I'm just gonna say, folks, HR 40 is a study. It's not reparations. So the reason for hammering this is because somebody would have listened to him and they would have heard him say, well, Marianne Williamson, and I supported reparations like Marianne Williamson does, without realizing he structured that sentence the way he did because he knows it's a loophole. He knows it gives him an out. And being on code, you want to talk about black first? That probably almost starts with recognizing the trick bag ideology that puts us over a barrel. So I will say to you, I actually want those people here. I want them here. I want them to show up. I want them to speak. I want people to see how this happens in an environment where I can sit here and walk you through it. And you saw it didn't take long. I can walk you through it and stop the confusion from happening. So hopefully all of you hear it. And then in your lives with your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, your neighbors, when they're approached with the trick bag, whether it's a white politician or what has happened with us in the new black media, they're black PR people or they're black representatives speaking on their behalf, to be able to catch that when it happens. I'll let you have the last word.
Absolutely. And you know what? You're absolutely correct, because for those of us who are well versed in things like that, when we recognize it, like for me, it lights my hair on fire because I know exactly what you're doing. And it was the very to the point question of, well, how did you feel about the Japanese getting the reparations? Oh yeah, absolutely. Da, da, da. Like it was just instant, surefire. So you're right. It's absolutely great for people in our community who aren't sure of what to look for, who don't know what these conversations sound like. And it's good for them to be able to put these people in a corner and force them to either tell how they really feel or just walk off completely, because that's the point that
Correct.
we're at. That's where we're at.
Correct. The real thing is getting past the trick bag, not getting into a bunch of, you know, prison babble and get wrapped up in circles discussing Marianne Williamson's points or whatever. As soon as he started doing that, I'm like, okay, do you support cash reparations? Well, I support a lot of things. That wasn't a yes. I wasn't asking for a lecture. Do you support cash payments? Well, I support a lot of things. That wasn't a yes. I'll consider you can think about my vote when you figure out whether or not we're gonna get cash reparations, and understand how you deal with that. E. Heru Moore, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, big brother. Uh, man, I feel like what they're doing is like it's like the new Hotep hobo. It's like when I was younger, I used to do the same thing where you want to just be original, so you don't just take up under the wing of what you guys are doing, like calling themselves American Indian and secure the tribe is just, or not understanding B1 is just, I think they're just trying to be their own
Yeah, they're trying to put their
entity.
own spin. They're trying to put their own spin on it, and because if you put your own slight, your own slight twist on it, then now you're in power and you get to be a gatekeeper and you get to control things. I would just advise people, listen to what these guys are saying. If you listen to it for just more than a moment, you realize they're not actually saying anything. They're
Yeah.
not actually saying anything. They're just sitting in a circle. They're talking in endless meandering wandering. But at the end of their talking, there's no action. There is no unified ideology. They don't come to any conclusions except we don't like them folk over there. Folks, that's not a game plan. That's not an agenda. That's a decision. That's a disposition. It's not an agenda. And when I asked him what we gonna do, you see what happens I've been doing this for over a decade because it's all when folks talk semantics, I'm showing y'all how to shut them down. Tell them, okay, you know what? Whatever you're selling, I'm buying. Now, what are we gonna do? And the next words they're gonna give you are gonna be very vague. Well, we gotta stay black. We gotta keep moving. We gotta keep building. We got to get together. We got to come together. We got to know who we are. And he's not actually telling you what we're going to do. Recognize, well, from the white politicians or the babblers on the internet, recognize when that turn comes where you're not actually doing anything. Thank you very much for giving this call. Vovo Rants, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hey man, how you doing? I appreciate your work. I just had one question for you. Now, I said when they asked me what does B1 mean, I said it's a lifestyle, and I was just wondering, would you agree with
Mhm.
that, or am I saying something that's
Yeah,
wrong?
that's very vague. To say lifestyle, that's very vague. Smoking cigarettes can be a lifestyle. Wearing floppy shoes can be a lifestyle. So that's too vague of a statement. It's too open to interpretation. Being black first is simply saying being on code. That's what being black first means. Being black first means basically what what we used to take Pan-Africanism to mean. That everybody understands their socio-political status and lineage as black people of African descent, essentially. However, we've had to make a modification to it because what we realized was the term Pan-Africanism leads to confusion. As I explained in the first hour of the program, what it does is it centers Africa as the ideological home of what we do, of who we are. And we can't give them that title because they've been fumbling the ball and they're guilty of malfeasance. So we can't use that term and give them that title because there's too much confusion and they are malfeasant. If that ever changes, maybe we'll revisit it. The crown is over here, the headquarters is over here, and all instructions and marching orders and the ideology are going to come from here.
Okay, when I say black first, I mean like as I go through my life, I shop black first. I love black first. I help black first. I gravitate to black first. I do for black first. That's what I mean. Like as I live my life, it's a lifestyle for me. Like it's a
Well, here's the thing. You said it's a lifestyle. If you stop with the word lifestyle, it's a lifestyle of. So you got to fill that in. Otherwise, that's what I'm saying. That's very vague to just say it's a lifestyle. It is a lifestyle of putting black first in my economics, in my education, in my social movings and doings, in my associations. It's the practice of doing that, but also, which is good, but also it needs to be juxtapositioned against white supremacy. You can't leave that part of it out because if you just have a bunch of black folk who are, quote, doing good, making money, and got smart kids, but they do not recognize their place in the world juxtapositioned against a system of white supremacy, then you did it all for nothing. You just got a bunch of you basically got a bunch of Stacey Dashes. Good people, law-abiding citizens, but useless in the overall struggle against white supremacy. Does that make sense?
yeah, that make a lot of sense. I'm gonna internalize what you said. I'm gonna sit with it, and I guess I was wrong for saying it like that. That's why they didn't
Yeah,
agree with.
I wanted to bring you all here because, like I say, if anything, maybe I left the conversation too open because, being able to communicate these things clearly, concisely, in very short sentences to get right to it because a lot gets lost in communication. So that's why I'm giving it to you. Black first means being on code. Black first is what Pan-Africanism used to mean, what we assumed it used to mean. In its execution, it's everything you said, but I would just add the part about as juxtapositioned against white supremacy. Because without that, you don't. What are you black first about? Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Willie Lowe. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yo, what's going on in this motherfucker? What's up, y'all? I just had a question. What is black first?
Okay. Black first is what I explained to the previous caller, and during the first hour of the program, go back and review it and sober up. South Saint Larula, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
What's on your mind?
Hey, yeah, man, I'm glad you set the record straight or whatever the case may be. I've been in these spaces listening to these foundational black cats, totally confused and about what black first is and trying to like correlate it and connect it. And hey, listen, man, it's black first, man. We all melanated people all across the world. Black people are going through different things with white supremacy.
Okay, he's got a lot of background noise going on there, so I think we got the gist of what he's trying to say there. Okay, G1BA, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, what's up, Jason? Appreciate the space. There's a dude out here in California. His name is Jovan Scott Lewis, and he's an example of a dude who's Caribbean, but he understands the issues that are affecting foundational Black Americans, and so there are immigrants out here that are just like him, and I think even within FBA circles, we need to make space and make room for cats who are like that. Um, and as far as secure the tribe goes, those are our people. Those are foundational Black Americans. Love them, respect them. They may not cross every T and dot every I, but I got faith they're going, pull it
Well, they're
together.
they're they're young and they're young. In a lot of
And there
cases, they're
are people.
unaccomplished. They're listening to people who are not accomplished. Some of the older heads are not accomplished, and they really just want to sit around and talk. I want the young cats over there to recognize, don't get wrapped up in this culture of just getting together and talking for the sake of talking. You talk for the sake of doing, not simply to just go around in circles because this is an enjoyable intellectual exercise. So, like I said at the beginning, I'm up for the young folks. I don't have a problem talking to them. If they were over the age of 40 or 50, I'd be a lot more resistant to it. But in a lot of cases, there, hopefully, time will help them. They can review this and everything, and they'll realize, hopefully, that there's not that much daylight between us. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get English Springer.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Hi, I just want to thank you for creating a space where everybody's on code and feel that they can bring something to the discussion that really opens people's eyes to the awareness of what's going on. And I hear what everybody's saying. I understand where everybody's coming from. And I want to thank you and appreciate you for what you're doing.
All right, thank you very much for checking in here. DJ Pearl, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Uh, First off, my name is not DJ Pearl. I am Bryson, at Tennessee State University, a criminal justice major. I would like to say, for my opinion of what Black First means. I mean, to me, what Black First means is keeping up with yourself, tying your shoes, brushing your teeth, look at yourself in the mirror. That's as far as what I got from as far as what Black First means. I've been listening to some of your conversations as far as like
Okay,
stuff.
what does that have to do with being black person,
So
us
by
black
being
person?
so with having that conversation of being Black first, we have to understand that we have to take care of ourselves first because we are the only ones that look ourselves in the mirror. So by us understanding that we are Black first, or that we are a person first, then that's how we will get to understand of who we are as Black people. And then that's what we got. I mean, as far as we get to understand more of what we contribute to the world. And I've listened to what you said as far as like how our liberation of who runs the liberation and how we have to code switch basically. But by us code switching, we're losing of who we are as Black people. So by keeping up with who we are, like tying our shoe properly and eating proper meals, that would keep us more understanding of what a black person or what we are as black people.
Okay, well that certainly helps. I mean, discipline is always a good thing. That certainly helps. However, you cannot be black first without the context of it.
Okay,
Anybody can.
with
Okay,
and
sir.
so thank you for that as far as that
Okay,
response.
sir. I'm not here to speak over you. Calm yourself down. Now, what a person can do is anybody can tie their shoes. Do they wish to do it for the purposes of being an excellent black person? Do they want to do it for the purposes of being excellent with their people? Is that what they're trying to do? If they're not, that's a different matter. If they're not trying to do that, so you have to do it within that context. Let's go ahead and get Tone from Chicago. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace and blessings, Black family. I just wanted to chime in and let people know that the white supremacist code is everything that they do, say, and think contributes to the system of white supremacy. Being Black first is everything that you do, say, and think contributes to Black empowerment. A lot of people that don't, follow that type of ideology, they're basically just saying leave massa alone. Like you say, you got the ones that fight against white supremacy and the ones that want to go back to picking the cotton. You got people that want a comfortable place under white supremacy, and that's the difference between being B1 and identifying with some of this other stuff that I'm hearing in this room.
Well said. I mean, I can't disagree with anything you just said. That's very succinct. Don't have an issue with it. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Certainly, like I say, in the pursuit of being black first, in the pursuit of black excellence, in the pursuit of black empowerment, everything that moves needs to move for that. Are you centered around that? Does that, control what you're doing? Does it inform what you're doing? Simple as that. And when you find other people who they are centered on that first, not on being gay first, not on being a woman first, not on being, an academic first. If they do that, that's where they want to be here. Okay. Do not unmute yourselves or I'll remove you. Jake, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Peace, brother Black. Thank you for the clarification of B1. But I think what Secure the Tribe is trying to emulate is that not everybody, there's so many people who don't have our best interests in mind.
Okay, we've covered all that.
Yeah, well,
we
that's a
covered all
fact.
that.
It's too many
Yeah,
people
we know.
who don't have our best interests in mind than do.
You're
So
right. We covered all that.
it's like
We
dealing
covered
with
that.
the,
We covered that during the first hour, the second hour.
and I've been on the whole time.
Yeah,
I've been on the whole time.
We covered all that. I talked to some of those guys and showed them the error in their ways. So we definitely did explain
these
that.
people is opening rooms, and they be having a lot of people in the rooms talking about foundational Black Americans, talking about us.
Okay. Well, they hate us because they ain't us. That's all I can say. Thank you very much for checking in here. Let me get Black Renaissance. Is that? Yeah. Go ahead, Black Renaissance. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, part of my mistake earlier, man. But I just want to say, if the creator B1 is telling y'all what it is and what it ain't, that should be it, and that's all. You feel me? Like you've been pushing this B1 movement for 20 years, and for some random people to come along, like what I mean, now that woke is cool or whatever, and hijack your plane and try to fight in its own direction, that ain't cool. You feel me? So B1 is just putting black first. That's the code. And if you can't respect how the creators say it is, you know what I'm saying? Then you're just not on code, period. You know what I'm saying? I just want to land my plane with that.
Well said. Can't add anything from it. Can't take anything away from it. Can't add anything to it. Can't take anything from it. Let me get VB Jones. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason. Thank you for calling on me tonight. I'm sorry I might have a little background noise because I'm in my room. I'm sick. But I just wanted to say that I totally had agreed with Tone from Chicago because I know everything I do right now in my life is all be one. I think it, I walk it, I talk it, I speak it to anyone who would listen and want to learn. I guide them to you. I tell them to come talk, listen to you, listen to Tariq, even Vicky Dillard, listen to especially Professor Black Truth. And I think you guys are B1 exemplaries, that you guys show that you be one and you teach everybody else how to be one, and you put us in that mindset. And I just want to thank you for everything that you taught me, because I've been listening to you for about a year, and I have always felt that I was B1 but didn't really know what it was. But I'm just glad that I have an opportunity to learn more and to
Well,
keep.
I appreciate that. Definitely. Thank you for giving us a call here. For like I say, when you're dealing with white supremacy, it doesn't matter where they come from, people. It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter where they live. It doesn't matter whether it's Europe, Australia, China. No matter what it is, they get on code quick. They meet each other. They give each other a glance. They're on code no matter where they come from on this planet. They are immediately on code. Everybody knows the deal. Everybody knows the interest they're protecting. We can't afford to have a whole bunch of disputes about that. All right, Zimpack, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, Mr. Black. It's Shimpak. How you doing?
Black first, what's on your mind?
Black first. You hit the nail on the head about them in the other space over there, gatekeeping. It was pretty, like, when I went over there, I was just over there beforehand, and they were almost eager to start gatekeeping on me. But I had a quick question. Uh, did you happen to receive my email, or happen to get a chance to read my email? My name's Najee.
Okay, that hasn't crossed my mind. No.
Okay, well, I did ask to send you an email previously about a month ago, and you said it was okay.
Oh, yeah. I think you did. I think I responded to it actually.
Okay, I'm not sure if I
You
received
might
it.
want to check on that. I'm pretty sure I responded to that. If I didn't, go ahead and send it to me again, but I'm pretty sure I remember your email and I responded to that email.
All right, thanks, Jason. B1.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I responded to that email. It wasn't a long response, but I responded to it. Kianga, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, so this is my first time in the space and I'm just observing. But I'm just curious how you feel comfortable being on Twitter, which isn't a Black owned media space. How can you utilize it?
The
And
same way that you have no problem being on an iPhone or an Android phone, and it's not Black owned or built from the white or Asian owned store that you went to buy that phone you're talking to me on now.
actually, not sure where I got my phone from. But
You know who
secondly,
didn't you know who didn't build it? You know who didn't sell it to you? So the same way that you're here, the same way that you're here on this website right now, how
mhm.
do you tolerate being here on this website right
Here's
now?
why I appreciate your supportive,
Right, but ma'am,
behavior.
how
What
do
I was
you
gonna
how
say
do you justify being here on this website now?
is, am I able to speak? Great. So I was
Yes,
gonna
ma'am.
say, have
And you can answer
hello.
the question, how do you justify being here on this non-Black owned website?
My thing is, what I'm going to say, thank you for allowing me to speak because you're so knowledgeable. Do you have a process or some type of action
Okay,
to
since
bring
you are,
people to
ma'am,
another space? I'm sorry.
since you're not going to answer the
I'm
question,
I
you
answer the
are
question.
going to be removed. So when the host asks you a question, you need to go ahead and answer it. If you're not going to answer it, you can go back to watching the Home and Garden channel. Elvis Chi, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, it's very interesting to see this perspective. I'm speaking from Norway, and in fact, I say we share the same values. Being black first for us, black Norwegians, is being black and proud. It's also understanding that we are resilient people, And for the sister who just spoke, I want to tell her like the metals, the minerals that we're using making the iPhones and everything is coming from Black Africa. So we're the richest people on earth, though we've not used our riches for our own benefit. But we should understand that even in the face of these catastrophic circumstances, our struggle should be based on love. Just like Mandela said, those who are against of us should not be killed and crushed. We will always win them over by being black, by propagating the best of blackness in us. Because blackism is a force of the mind. Thank you, everybody. Stay
Well, you
strong.
know what?
Stay.
Before
Yeah,
you go here, you're in
yeah,
Norway, and
yes.
Anders Breivik committed one of the worst mass murders in history.
Yes,
He made it very
we lost a
clear.
lot of black
Right,
kids
but
to it.
he made it very clear why he did that. And the mass shooters that we've had here in America, the last few ones, who were going after black folk, they made it very clear who inspired them. And several of them named Anders as a fellow traveler, as one of their inspirations for doing so. So what I'm saying is a black person in Norway, even they got a lot of mixed folk over there, and it's cool. But a black person, if you got some black admixture, you have some lineage to it, you should know where you stand. And it shouldn't take a whole lot to get you to understand that. So if you watch all them folk get shot, you know what you're black. You know you're black. You know
I
what's going
totally
on.
agree with you. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Really. And that's what we're doing with Black History Month in Norway, with Black movements in Norway, by empowering our youths to fight against all forms of violent radical extremism. Because Breivik was also radicalized by the white supremacists and the right wing politics that propagates hate. But I'm not sure
Well,
we can fight hate with hate, brother.
keep an eye out for tricky terms like right wing and left wing, because if you take a look at them, you realize they're both twin wings on the bird of white supremacy. One busts you over the head, and the other one politely takes you into another room and then busts you over the head. So keep that in mind. Thank you very much for checking in with us here. Let me get Yaru. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
What's up? Appreciate letting me speak and talk. So, I'm, with Security Tribe, well, I'm not with Security Tribe, but I listen to them.
Okay, he's
I listen,
removed, I
I
believe.
agree with their ideology, right? So, my question is, how do you believe that we can have a stable alliance amongst all melanated people, right?
People who understand that they have mutual self-interest, those who recognize the
But
mutual
listen.
self-interest. Okay,
Through the
sir, you asked me a
solidarity,
question.
I'm,
Sir,
I didn't finish
you
my
asked me
question,
a
bro.
question
I
and I'm
didn't finish my
answering your
question.
question.
And I didn't finish my question. I just wanted to.
Okay, sir, I'm answering you. Hold your thought. I'll let you finish. Hold your thought, sir. Those who recognize that we have a mutual self-interest. Those who do, we can roll. Those who deny that we have a mutual self-interest or do not express that they are committed to it as much as we cannot work with them. Okay, go on with your question.
Okay, so my question originally was, how could we have a stable alliance with people through the solidarity of having the same skin color? And for those individual few who come from a culture that are not on code with us, right? Collectively, how could they have how could they sustain a tangible relationship with us here in Black Americans? How
Okay.
could they help us tangibly? How could one individual and that come from a collective of off-code individuals help us tangibly?
Okay. Well,
As far as B1,
I already answered the part of the question about having recognize that we have mutual self-interests. So if they recognize that we have mutual
they don't recognize
self-interest,
that though.
okay, sir, for the ones who do, you guys all talk in the
And
same
for the
remedial
ones who do,
circles.
right? For the ones who
For the
do,
ones who
those
do,
individuals, how can they have a
the
tangible
the
alliance with
sir,
us?
sir,
How can they
listen
give us any
carefully
tangibles
for
that
the
when they come from
ADHD
a
kids
collective
over
of
there.
off-code people?
Okay, sir, be quiet. The next step will be kicking you out. These guys over here are very remedial. They're drunk. I don't know what it is. We'll say this again for the fifth or sixth time for the ADHD kids who missed their Ritalin. Once they recognize they have mutual self-interest, they help us the same as any other black person. Get your money straight, your credit straight. become the most excellent, powerful individual that you can. You can't help other people if you yourself are helpless. So they would do it the same as any other black person would.
So you're
That's
speaking
how.
on individualism. Save
What?
yourself. Speaking on individualism, not like actual communal type of relationship
For them,
for the
based
immigrants.
on where they come from, they would have they are I've already said
So
this several times over the
so
last few
so
hours.
so so an
Okay, sir,
immigrant
I'm
living.
removing you from the room because you will not be quiet. So I'm going to remove you now because you're not going to sit here and filibuster. I have asked you to be quiet. You're talking in remedial dead end circles. They will help us the same as any other black person. If you don't want to accept that, then go smoke that bag of weed you guys are over there doing and go talk in your remedial circles. They would help us as much as you could. Yes, they are already covered about them being individuals. Well, where they're from, yes, they would be an individual. They do not represent their group. Do you all realize I spent 4 hours now saying the same phrase to that group? If you think that having lead pipes in your home, if you think that children breathing lead paint and lead pipes is non-detrimental, these guys are proof. If you got lead pipes in the home, lead water, mom was on some sort of narcotic, if you think it was a victimless crime, these guys and the fact that they keep asking the same question over and over, they just slightly change one or two words. They're just asking the same thing. Well, how can you trust them? Don't trust anybody. Well, it's just one person. Yeah, I said that. They're not a group. Well, how do you, but the folk where they come from, we can't trust. We don't have to trust them. We have mutual self-interest. How do we work with them? Like anybody else. But they just one person. You're going in circles. These guys are going in. Here's the real thing. They think they're brilliant. Now, here's the crazy part. These guys are going to hear how remedial they were. They're going to go off in some Twitter space. They probably already made one. And they're going to be over there talking like they were brilliant. They're going to talk like the fact that they were talking in circles and just repeating themselves over and over again. They're going to come back and tell all of us that they were brilliant, that they were killing it. Man, I really had a great point right there. You said the same thing that the last four clowns said. Yeah, but it was really good, though. Okay. You realize why nobody's listening to what you have to say. Even you guys have to quote me. You're all talking in simple Simon circles. Candor, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. I think what's also detrimental is getting that fire with a smoke alarm fixed. I mean, safety first. We wouldn't want anybody to not smell smoke while they're sleeping. Um, the safety first, or the same principle that goes into being a responsible person. Same way you like to go outside, dress fly, representing your family, is the same way you go outside representing black people. I'm not saying to take the cape for somebody that clearly you work with somebody and they, are off code by not vouching for you when there's an injustice done to you as a black person, and then you have somebody from another country that's black that doesn't cape for you. I'm not saying to cape for them. I'm just saying that the same principles as to being a stout person is the same dignity and the same respect you bring when you representing black people. I mean, you have to. I mean, it's very clear. It's very,
Well, I
very
mean, like I
clear.
say, if you can't be on, if you don't recognize what being on code is, or you don't have respect for it, like I say, then just sit in your Twitter circles and just talk to each other. But understand one more thing: anybody who follows up with those guys and adheres to that, you're not going to get anything done, because the point isn't to get anything done. The point is to get on Twitter and talk about a power you don't have, because there's no power to be gained, really. But if you agree with those guys, you're not going to gain any power from them. There's no benefit to agreeing with them. They can't do anything for you. Hell, they can't do anything for themselves. So they sit around and talk and stuff, and it's nonsensical. When you get to the end of everything they're saying, that's why they're going around in circles, because there is no end point. There is no ultimate, okay, what do we do? Over here, there's a what do we do and how do we do it? And that's what differentiates us from them. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get Sam. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thanks for taking my request. So I don't know if you know this. I was part of this thing that's been going on the internet with this Chick-fil-A woman who basically called 911 on me, B1 all day, because of the fact that I questioned her about how much longer it was going to take for my food to get ready. So, make a long story short, I feel like this is a big issue because this lady is a minority of Asian descent. And they've come to the place where, with these bills being passed, that they feel that they can just talk to us and that they've moved up a level, I guess, ahead
Okay,
of us.
sir, I think that's not really germane to what we're talking about tonight. Thank you very much for giving us a call. I don't think that's really germane to what we're speaking about. So, folks, I know we got a large audience, and some folks want to be opportunists with it. Let's not do that. That's not cool. Let's not do that. Let me get Saint Francie. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna have a long conversation, but I just wanted to.
Okay.
I had a big question that I would like to say.
Okay. That's DJ Pearl again. Let's not do that. Mr. Glock, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this moment to be able to speak. And when you say with the B1 and being on code, which from what I heard somebody else say a second ago, this B1, you've been pushing this for almost 20 years. So that means there's a ton of hours of topics and content you've spoken upon. I'm curious if you ever used examples of the Hasidic Jewish community and Nation of Islam community and how they move on their code.
No, and it doesn't matter. As long as we have mutual interests, their religion doesn't matter. I've said this before, their religion, nationality, where they come from, gender, that doesn't matter. Do
No,
we share the same mutual interests? How they execute it, you might think is really groovy. There are other folk who might find it difficult to execute it the same way that those groups do. So I can't tie it to that. What I can do is, like Malcolm X said, can we agree that we have the same mutual interests? Yes, then we can move forward on that.
I absolutely agree to everything you just said, 100%. One way I say about the being on code, I would say, is about how they don't materialistically buy common commercial clothes and stuff like that. They keep their money locked in and sacrifice, and that was the examples I was meaning through those communities.
Okay, well, I think that's a wonderful ideal. And if that's available for people, I think that's great too. There's a number of different ways we can do that. There isn't just one way to do it. So while that way may work for certain people, I don't have a problem with that. The idea that there's only one specific way, and if you're not doing it just like this over here, then that's like the chick who called in earlier, sound like a fool and whatnot. She's on Twitter with the rest of us talking about this ain't a black owned website. So there's a number of different ways of being able to do that. But if you want to do it in that way, sure, that's totally legitimate. Nothing wrong with that at all. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me see. Adam Bryan. Go ahead, Adam Bryant, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Brother Jason and B1.
Black first, brother. What's on your mind?
I just had just one thing quickly I wanted to say. First and foremost, I just wanted to thank you for painting for us a very detailed picture of exactly what an on-code immigrant person looks like. Because I think that some of the confusion that I've noticed in some of these spaces is that Black Americans as a group have begun to point out things that we've noticed in this country. Like we're starting to point out that, hey, black immigrants, when they come to this country and they commit crimes and otherwise engage in different degeneracy, they they're just black. They're grouped in with us, and it's all under the same umbrella of like black on black crime. But when they graduate law school or med school, suddenly they're from Jamaica or Grenada again. And so the problem that we're having is that many people, many immigrant people who claim that they're on code will sometimes get extremely offended and angry with us just for pointing that out, and they'll start to attack us for it. So I think that this
Okay, well,
conversation,
the thing is, we have to hold the line on it. This is a new paradigm, so there's going to be a learning curve, and there's going to be some growing pains for some folks. This was something that they didn't see coming, and we have to understand that with white society, the civil rights generation conditioned white society to believe that they could brutalize us, kill us, and all we were going to do is pray and hope that they would get tired of brutalizing us and killing us. This generation showed them, we flipping the script. So a lot of folk now are having a learning curve, and there's going to be some growing pains, man. It's going to be some growing pains, but you know what? That's okay too. Thank you very much for giving us a call. They'll be okay. As long as we make this thing clear, people respect you when you state very clearly what you're about and what you mean, and you don't compromise and don't vacillate. As long as people know where you're coming from, they'll be all right. They'll be all right. Let me get a YTG. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, brother Jason, and hello to everyone on the speakers or on the panel of listeners. Thank you so much for having the space. It's been really awesome to listen to you and just learn and everything as myself. I just had more of like some questions and everything like that. Um, I also okay, cool. I'll just get to the point. The first
Yes,
question
please. Go
was
ahead and ask your question.
the first question was the term black in the black American culture. Is it ethnicity or is it
Okay, I
is it
covered that.
skin
I
color?
covered that in the first
Okay, okay,
hour.
cool, cool. And
I covered
that's
that in
just
the
my
first
first
hour.
question. Okay, my second question is apparently the Constitution of South Africa was uh, was made up by American lawyers, right? American and the United Kingdom, and a bunch of lawyers without the consultation of the South Africans, in particular the people who are fighting for liberation at the time. And this is something that we've heard quite often. I just wanted to understand what your take is on that, and also immigration in particular, and also
Okay, you're
in South
saying a
Africa.
lot, sir. The
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Aboriginal
that's all.
people,
That's all.
the
Thank you.
Aboriginal people of South
Thank you so
Africa
much.
need to make laws and a system that protects them and serves their interests. When de Klerk was leaving office, they gutted things. They got rid of their nuclear stockpiles. They did all kinds of things to disenfranchise black people who were coming into power there. And then the black majority went along with it. Let's be very, very clear. They could change this at any moment that they want to. They could change it at any moment. So before we can be on code with them as a group, we can be on code with Julius Malema as an individual, but he doesn't even have the solid support there that he should have. So before we can be on code with them as a group, before we as a group can be on code with them as a group, they got to get their heads straight about what they need to be doing. Black First needs to take root there at a very basic level. You have everybody else running the country except them. You have everybody else telling them what hate speech is to protect the white folk to be able to continue practicing white supremacy against you. And they're sitting there, the black population is sitting there going along with it and smiling about it. That's off code as hell. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get TFM. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Jason Black. Just I'm gonna have one comment and I'm gonna have two questions. Um, about B1. Thank you for
Okay,
explaining.
sir. We've been on for a while. Make it very brief. I'm not here to do. I don't have the time. You should have called in a lot earlier. So I'm not being rude. We've been on for 4 hours, so I'm just going to tell you right now. Make it snappy.
Understood. Okay. Two questions in regards to reparations. Um, I see the inflation of the dollar. I want to know how that plays with reparations and also the Patriot Act, how that can protect FBAs in terms of reparations. That's my two questions. And um, wonderful commentary about the code B1. And, we should only link with people who are producing constructive results and hold constructive values. Thank you.
Okay, fiat currency has the value that they say it has. So don't get into a trick bag about inflation. Fiat currency has the value that they say it has. Malcolm X, once again, very good. We can reference him again here tonight. Malcolm X, if you remember the famous speech that he gave where he said that when black folk wanted white people's schools, they left their dilapidated schools and built new schools in the suburbs. When black people wanted white people's houses, they left their dilapidated houses and built new communities in the suburbs. But when black people said they wanted white folks' jobs, when it was finally time to come for the money, what happened? Black folks started getting killed left, right, and center. He said, can they abandon their jobs and their economy the way that they abandoned their schools and abandoned their homes? And 50 years later, it's very clear. The answer is no. Not no, but hell no. This is what it was all about. All of this was about stalling us for as long as they could. Brother, there's been inflation. There will continue to be inflation. There will also be deflation. Let's be clear about that. There has been inflation. There will be inflation. There will also be deflation. It comes in cycles. That's what it does. Our job is to understand we've gotten to the root of the matter, which is why you've met this stone wall of resistance. But I don't take any concern about that whatsoever. They cannot abandon their currency or the foundation of white supremacy's power is its economy. That can't be abandoned. That is its purpose for living. Or at least that's the only thing that facilitates its purpose for living. So don't you worry about that.
True. I wanted to say because I see them transitioning into a digital dollar, and you see it around the
No,
world.
no, God Almighty, please. These young folks here today, they got them so confused. It first of all, you already have digital money, so let's credit cards are digital money. We've had that technically we've had that for decades. So let's be very, very clear. We've had digital money now for decades. That's not new. So for them to introduce it to you all talking about cryptocurrencies and trying to make it seem like that's new, it's not new. Digital dollar, you already have that. If here's the real question, who controls whatever it is you call a currency? Who controls it? That is what gives it its power and its value. You can call it whatever you want. Remember, once upon a time, currency was sticks with notches on it. Then you got coins and paper currency, and then credit cards and currency being kept track of on a spreadsheet. We can do this forever. So once again, this is not new. This is not new. It's just been renamed for your generation. But in reality, if you ask them, by the way, what's the difference between this and direct deposit? And they will tell you nothing. There's no difference at all.
Wow, great analysis.
Glad the
And
young people are this. Like I say, for you young folks here in this, I got to spend some more time. One thing I like about this is I got to talk to a good amount of you all because they got you all believing all kinds of things. It's confusing, I understand, and they want it to be confusing for you. Let's be very clear. It's confusing because they want it to be confusing. So you sit here and you're stargazing about these things, and in reality, it's something we've already seen before, and it's really intended to let you sit there and stew about it and masticate it and look at it and flip it over without ever saying, hey, break my damn bread. So that you just stop talking about it. It's like, yeah, I don't care whatever you call it, break my change. When that starts occurring, then you see things change for you. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get a DK guy 2. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. What's on your mind?
B1 Jason. First of all, I want to thank you and the New Black Media for all you guys do to educate us and bring us all together and get us on code. And I really do agree with and I appreciate how you and Tariq will take the time to speak to those white liberals. And basically, you guys run a clinic on how to debunk and deconstruct their talking points. And a lot of black
If their
people
talking
really
points were
don't know how to
correct and
deal with these things.
inaccurate, shouldn't they have been able to like beat one of us by now? If their talking points were really accurate, if that crap you hear from Tucker Carlson was really true, you would think that one of those guys would have been able to call us up by now. And I mean, just make a complete monkey. You would have figured that would have happened by now. Kind of makes you think the only time they can win a debate is when they rig it or they can set it up and stage it in their studios, huh?
Well, it's a totally different thing when you could sit down, you take the time as you guys do, and you just let them talk and talk and talk, and you ask the right pointed questions, and they can't help themselves. Eventually, they
Why didn't Roland Martin do that? Why not Joy Reid? Why? Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about them folks. Okay, never mind.
the incompetent
Or part of the system. Let me tell you
Thank
right
you very
now,
much for taking my call, sir.
Roland Martin would take a job at Fox as quickly as he would take a job at CNN. Your phone's breaking up on you there, but thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get Fly McFly. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you for bringing me up. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so initially I kind of wanted to rebut some of the things you were saying, but as you have been speaking, I have been agreeing with you. So I think it's time for me to mute myself and go back down. And if I have something to contribute to the conversation, I will request later.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. All right. Chimsum, I think I already spoke to you. So one call per Twitter space. I think I already spoke to you.
No, like to be honest, I just feel like it's Rick Moreau in this.
Okay. I think I already spoke to you. That wasn't a request for you to explain yourself. ASAP Shaka, did I speak to you already?
Nah, we ain't speak Black Authority. I've been here. I've been listening to a lot. To me,
Okay,
we
let me
have
find out here. Did I speak to you already, ASAP?
no sir, Black Authority. We haven't spoken.
Okay. Go ahead and make your point here, sir.
Yeah, as I've listened, honestly, I've already seen the point where we've already reached of understanding. I just want to ask. I don't know if anybody asked. Can someone from not from America be B1 but don't support Black Americans getting reparations? That's number one.
Absolutely not.
Uh, exactly. That's my point. And everything else I've already reached common ground with you. You've already explained a lot. It's been a rough, but I ate the meat, spit out the bones, and I've reached common ground with you. I appreciate it, sir.
Okay, well, we don't have a whole lot of bones. We're just straight meat over here. So thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get Truth Ali. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right, peace. Black first, everybody. Peace, Jason. How's everybody doing in the room today?
Okay, Black first. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, Jason. Look, brother, I've been a long time listening to you, and I tell you single-handedly, you had a lot of influence on my life. I'm 8 years into my CDOs right now, just because I listened to you. Okay, and I've been in these spaces with these young brothers from the Secure the Tribe. And I just want to say this right there. I understand it's a lot of stuff, but I want to implore you, brother, that these young brothers has been attacked from all sides. They don't know the intricacies of how to debate and how to do this stuff. You know, Jason, I've been following you for 8, 9 years now. These young brothers right here, that's you, Jason. They're doing this stuff without even knowing about who TBA was and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And all I want to say is this right here. You coined the term, the phrase first, and these young brothers, where they came from the space of they were being attacked from everybody on the outside. And me being one of the older brothers in the room, I'm like, I'm in the application stage, now. When we're in this space, we're talking about how can we practice group economics? How can we make money? Look, let's get these CDLs. Let's get this crane operator's license.
Right.
What are
That's
we
the
doing with crypto?
execution of it. The execution of it is now once you get past the okay, who's an immigrant, who isn't, who's black first, who isn't, what it means. Okay, however you want to
Yes,
define it. Once you get past the semantics, next up is okay, what are we gonna do? And what you're
the
doing.
work,
Get your
the work.
CDL, get your operator's license, get your money straight, get your FICO straight, get your woman needs to be on code. Getting there to get that's the next step. And like I say, when I ask these guys, what do you do next? It's the blank stare. So that's what I'm saying. These young fellas, I want them to understand talking in circles. I want them to recognize that they're talking in circles, first of all. And then from there, once they recognize it, hopefully they can go ahead and stop talking in circles. I'm glad I was able to help you with what you're doing also. That's very important. That's the work that I've been
Yes,
doing. So I'm glad to hear it's
yes.
worked out for you. Thank you very much for that here. Um, T.S. Giselle, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Black. I'm the iconic T.S. Giselle.
And TS, are you rubbing on yourself? Do you have candles lit? Are you in a bubble bath? Are you watching a naughty flick?
So
Anything we
I
should know before we get started?
so I do have my champagne toast candle from Bath and Body
Okay.
Works burning.
I know my
So
baritone tends to do that for the ladies, or in your case, um,
the ladies, you're right.
yeah, the ladies
So
with an asterisk, but go ahead.
Mr. Black, first,
She's one of them new ladies. That's one of them 21st century ladies.
I'll accept that. So first, let me say that it was recommended by some of your followers that I talk to you.
Heads will roll.
This really cute B1 couple suggested that I talk to you. You may know them. Their names are Afro Elite and Nino Black, a really
Hmm.
cute same sex B1 couple.
I
Happy
take back
Pride Month,
I take
boys.
back everything I said positive about Nino Black. I take back everything I said.
Yeah, Afro Elite and Nino Black are just a really cute couple. So I'll be honest, Mr. Black Authority. So I have battled Happy Black Nationalist, defeated him. Tariq Nasheed defeated him. So there are three
Um,
pillars. There are three
excuse me.
pillars to the Black
Don't
grassroots
come here
movement.
lying. Don't do that.
There are three pillars to the Black
Okay.
grassroots
Don't come
movement.
here
You're
lying.
Thanos. You're Thanos, and I'm the
I'm
Avengers.
no, I'm more like the living tribunal, actually.
You're Thanos, and I'm the Avengers.
I'm not gonna say I'm the one above all, but I will say I'm the living tribunal. Thanos ain't got nothing on me.
So basically, we're due for a debate. The
No, we're
800
not.
plus people
No,
in this
we're
room.
not. If you want to ask a question, go right ahead. If you don't, then we're gonna wrap things up. I've been on for 4 hours.
Exactly.
I didn't.
So
I
you're
haven't
not
been
in
on for
good
four
shape to
hours
debate
waiting.
me.
I have not been on for 4 hours waiting on you.
You're not in good shape to debate me. We'll have that another day.
I'm not
I will
interested in
just say this.
I don't think you and I have anything to debate about.
We do.
No,
Um,
we
I
don't.
have
You're
grievances
living a
with Black
totally different
First.
life and lifestyle from me. So we
I
don't
have
really have
grievances.
much to discuss.
I have grievances with pro-black movements.
I'm sure you got
Not
grievances with all
accepting.
kinds of movements, men's movements, women's movements. I'm sure you got elderly movements. I'm sure you got all kinds of disagreements. Do you have a question?
Mr. Black, is there a place for the Black LGBT community and Black First without
No.
having to denounce? Oh,
There is no, let me say this again.
interesting.
It says black first. There
But
isn't a hyphen. There isn't a black American, black women, black men, black LGBT, black immigrant, black space alien. There is no hyphenation. If you are black and share our mutual interests, let's roll. If you wish to make a distinction for yourself and say, well, I'm black LGBT. you are precisely what I created the term black first to fight against.
And so those are our grievances of why a debate must be held. But you're not at your best, and I don't want to crush you, so we can have the debate another day.
Okay, the
But I
only way
guess
you would crush me is if you fell on me from the third story.
um, I don't think that's possible. But I am black and trans. I don't have to denounce
Well, now I
my
know what the
gender.
TS stands for.
It does. It stands for transsexual Giselle, the iconic. Your
Truth
followers
in
know who I
advertising.
am. Your followers know who I am. Again, I told you a
My
same-sex B1
condolences to
couple
my
introduced me,
followers. I don't know
Afro
where
Elite
I don't
and
know where the
Nino
hell y'all
Black.
took a wrong turn, but whatever the hell y'all been watching, the algorithms got y'all messed up.
Well, you should just ask the couple that introduced me to you, Afro Elite and Nino Black. They
Okay,
told me
well,
that I needed to call in to talk to you, so that's what I did.
okay. Well,
But
you
it seems
talked
like
to
you're
me, so
afraid. It
congratulations.
seems
All right. Beat it. Um, yeah, let me tell you, that's not gonna work there. That is not gonna work. So yeah, that will not work. Not at all. You know we've been on too long when that happens. You know we've been on too long when that happens. I don't mind the baritone bringing the ladies out. When the baritone starts bringing the new ladies out, then I'm like, okay. So I just don't want to bring in the new ladies out. Okay. Uh, this was not, that's not very respectful. Get out of here. Afro Elite, go ahead and unmute yourself. Speak of the devil.
Uh, Thank you, brother. I just wanted to let you know that.
Take your phone off of speak. Well, I don't know what's going on here. You are in a bathroom or something. Can you go into a room that doesn't have so much echo to it?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. What? Okay. What's on your mind?
Okay, I was wearing a mask. I just want to let you know that T.S. Giselle has been harassing me and Nino, and I blocked him months ago. So everything he's saying was a lie. I don't know why he keeps following me in spaces. This dude is literally harassing me. He makes several accounts,
No, I
and
think you know. I think you know exact. I think you know exactly why he's doing it. All I'm going to say is, don't meet him anywhere in a dark alley, a light hallway, a coliseum. So I think you know exactly what he wants. I would recommend you don't give it the option of happening.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best not to, brother.
He
I just
he
had to
looks
clear that up.
he looks big and he looks big and strong. So I don't put the odds in your favor. I think you would. Yeah, I think it's going to end bad. So don't.
Yeah,
Just don't.
definitely not. Thank you.
I'm trying to help. You know, just don't let him lure you off somewhere. If you got a message from that one on Plenty of Fish, don't let that happen. So don't let that happen. I'm gonna take one more caller here. Tyson, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jason. Great space you're having here tonight. I just want to say I think it's good to hear someone with a platform like yours encouraging people to get active. I think a lot of people have just become comfortable with going into these spaces and just debating endlessly and coming up with no solutions, no plans of action, or anything of that nature. And it's good to see that you're putting that to the forefront. That all the ideologies are good, but with no action to back it up, it's a mute point. And I have a great example of what it means for to be an immigrant and to be B1. My best friend immigrated here from Grenada. She's a naturalized citizen, and she lost her job because she literally got into a debate with some of her Caribbean colleagues about why she didn't feel a need to hang her flag in her car. And her point to them simply was, I'm black. Like, they're quick to tell you they come from the Caribbean, they don't experience racism, all this kind of stuff. But as soon as they get here, you're expected to put your flag in your car to show where you came from. And she's like, I'm an American citizen and I'm black. That should be enough for anyone. And they sabotaged her, made her lose her job over that. So That's an example of a person being on code.
Well, certainly that's where you want to be at, you know. And like I say, when they show mutual interest, when they are on code, because being on code requires sacrifice.
Right.
Don't tell me you're on code and you ain't sacrificed nothing. That's not going to fly. So definitely, those are the kind of markers we look for. Look, like I said, you look for behaviors. You look for behaviors of people who are off code. You look for behaviors of people who are on code. If you follow that, you'll never go wrong. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Well, you all got me stuck in here now for over 4 hours. If this doesn't explain and answer all your damn questions, you are just too dense for it to matter. I suggest that you start watching Nickelodeon and don't worry about this whole black thing. You wouldn't make it through a box of crayons. For everybody else, it's been a blast here. Like I say, for the young folks here, I'm always going to take out time to be able to talk to you and go ahead and lay this out in plain and simple English. It's a good thing we're able to do this here. We had a lot of folk here watching here tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. Glad to kick it with you all here. Went on way longer than I thought it would, but it was well worth it. So thank you all for joining us here. If you're new here on Twitter Space, my name is Jason Black, also known as the Black Authority. If you have not become a follower of mine on Twitter, you want to do that. And also check in my profile description. In my profile, you'll see the link to my YouTube page. If you want to see what everybody else is talking about here, how they know me now for all these years, you want to go ahead and check that out as well. We are the Black Media. Thank you all for joining us here tonight, and this concludes tonight's Twitter Space. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority, and until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world,